Let's see.
Providence puts patients at risk every day.
Working short-staffed, it's not just stressful, it causes you like moral questioning.
In our hearts, we chose medicine because we want to care well for patients, and we know that goal can't be achieved.
Well, this is a very, very, very large strike. Nearly 5,000 healthcare workers all together out on strike, really advocating for patients and awesome healthcare in Oregon. Also, this is the first time in Oregon that doctors have gone on strike with nurses.
People are saying, how can you leave your patients behind? But us continuing to prop up a system that is not helping our patients or keeping them safe, that is not the right thing. And we are protecting our patients by walking out.
The more patients and the more acutely ill patients that we're expected to see, and the lower amount of resources we're given to do that, it is higher and higher likelihood that patients have unnecessary bad outcomes.
The Providence CEO who just retired made over $11 million a year. When you tell us that we can't get things like safe staffing or comparable wages, when you make multiple $1 million, it just doesn't add up.
Well, I don't know about you, but like 5 years ago, you made $3.1 million. Last year, you made $12 million plus, while taking federal money and saying that the hospital system was bleeding cash. So go back to school, learn some math, but also recognize that this is a people system, not a profit system. We're not coming back inside until you do.
We took an oath to help our patients, and us walking out right now is fulfilling that oath because we no longer will prop up a system that is not working for our patients.
Wildfires are devastating Southern California, which of course means the right has taken this opportunity to push complete bull about the situation. So for Zateo, here are the real reasons behind these wildfires, at least according to America's least qualified meteorologists. DEI, of course, is the biggest cause of the fires. I mean, what did you think would happen when you put women in charge? Ignore the fact that the fire chief of LA is a 24-year veteran of firefighting, because have you considered if her vagina keeps her from doing her job? Ukraine is a part of this. somehow. Also homeless people, because some of them got housed. Vaccinations did the fire. And salmon. Oh, don't forget migrants. Jesse Waters blamed the Indians yesterday. Twice. This was probably eco-terrorism. The globalists did it. Or someone else entirely. There's just no way these fires could happen at the same time. The truth is, these fires come from a combination of very powerful Santa Ana winds, an extremely dry season, and increased heat, all of which are exacerbated by the climate crisis. But the right's first instinct in any tragedy or emergency is to ignore that fact and distract from the truth with their pet prejudice of the day. We have seen this time and time and time and time and time and time again. And while I don't have an easy answer to all of this, I do know that demonizing vulnerable populations, pushing conspiracy theories, and celebrating the destruction of thousands of lives has never been and will never be the answer.
California often uses incarcerated people to fight horrific disasters like this one, and they make as little as $6 a day doing it. Inmate fire crews account for about 30% of California's wildland firefighters. They are 4 times as likely to sustain physical injury and 8 times as likely to suffer from the effects of smoke inhalation than other firefighters. At least 4 incarcerated workers have died in the line of duty in recent years. They're often deployed with as little as 3 weeks of training. And once these incarcerated workers are released, it is incredibly difficult for them to start a career in firefighting. People with 1 felony conviction cannot become EMT certified until 10 years after their release. People with 2 or more felony convictions are completely banned from EMT certification at all. And that rule was just contested and upheld by a federal judge in 2021. California passed a law in 2020 that allows inmate firefighters to petition to have their records expunged. But it isn't a perfect solution because courts don't have to grant the expungement.
Hello and welcome to the second edition of Beyond the Royal Headlines, a new...
Excuse me? You will? Listen to some music. 2 more people come.
Extraordinary service. Receiving this award on behalf of this brother, Lieutenant Commander Alex Hoffman.
Where's my screws?
Everyone got stuck in the meat.
I should have 4. No, I should have 3.
Hey, that's the ones for the wall.
Yeah, the long ones. The short ones still there.
There you go. Good luck. Fucking cat. Here we go. Stupid trackpad. Oi.
And I was just a little thing, I used to love parade with banners, bands, and red balloons, and maybe lemonade. And one May Day, my neighbor's father said, "Well, Marches is all coming." Tell me, kid, are you didn't know just what he meant. My hair back then was brown. Our house was plain red brick like most others in the town. And then asked my mother why our neighbor called me red. Well, my mother took me on her knee and this is what she said. "Well, you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. You're agitated, then you probably heard it said. So you might as well ignore it or look the word instead. 'Cause you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red." When I was growing up, I had my troubles, I suppose. Like when someone took exception to my face or to my clothes. Or tried to cheat me on a job or hit me on the head. When I organized to fight back, them fuckers called me red. 'Cause you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. You're agitated and you probably heard it said. So as well ignore it or love the word instead. Cause you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. When I was out there on my own, an apartment that I had, a lousy, rotten landlord, let me tell you, he was bad. Tried to throw me out, I rubbed my hands and said, you haven't seen a struggle if you never fought a red. Cause you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. If you weren't so agitated, you probably heard it said. So you might as well ignore it or love the word instead. Cause you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. Well, I guess on agitating, cause what else can you do? Are you gonna let those sons of bitches walk all over you? When my friend said you'll get fired hanging with that commie mob, I said I should be so lucky, buddy, I ain't got a job. Cause you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. If you're so agitated, then you probably heard it said. So you might as well ignore it or love the word instead. Cause you ain't been doing nothing.
I found the electrical box. I found the electrical switches.
Is it near the boilers? Be careful. Be careful. I would just leave it if I were you. Super hubby is trying to fix the light switch for one of the bedrooms here. It was sticking and it wasn't turning off. He's renting. Looked at the fuse box. I'm scared.
Called a red. I've been agitating now for 50 years and more, for jobs and for equality and always against war. And I'll keep on agitating as far as I can see, cause if that's what being red is, then it's good enough for me. Cause you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. If you were agitated, you probably heard it said. Ignore it or love the word instead. Cause you ain't been doing nothing if you ain't been called a red. Here's to the brave for all. Do what you want to for all. Something's going on, just look around. Here is on the right, and there's blood all over the ground. Let's all just blindfold the book. We take him straight to hell. There was enough to know you. Walk and dance, come on. Nothing's going on, no need to fear. And we're all in this together. And just to make it all clear, we want the same thing as you. This will all be over soon. Now here's a little pill, here's the truth. We're gonna feed the machine, bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste, remind us please, they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you, poison away, watch it all. take him straight to hell. He got the whole world in his hands. It was enough to know you. Bob and Derek, come on. Bob and Derek, come on. Hey, hey, you beat the machine. Bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste. Remind the slaves, they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you poison the well. Watch it all, take him straight to hell. He got the whole world in his hands. It was nice to know you. Bob and Derek, come on. Bob and Derek, come on. Bob and Derek, come on.
Oh, a bop it? I haven't seen. Hey, don't tell me what to do. It's fine, hand it over. Come on. Cool. Pull up.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Heard you were saying shit, I called a raving. You shouldn't play with it. Using my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, though. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the hops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster when I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor, though, telling me that's a no-no. Thank God grab the chrome, so the chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she got it for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up. 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 You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Yogi. Act like a lizard, you lonely. You taste like a lizard, you solely. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm hungry. Feeling like home is the only. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time I've been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on Oakley. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands for forbidden the clothes. They wanna beef, but they eating the poultry. I'm fucking with God and we know she. Pull up. 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 Flat's hands are feeling forceful. Arthur more so, tear your torso. Hey, hey. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Hey, I got the clock, I got the bag, and I ain't even shot. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess it's a payday. Bank with a CD, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday. Wouldn't go no. Popping the CDs, throwing the photos. See me with rubies, stay like a toto. I'm good for the dope. Talents are balance, I flip in a rope. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. You got us a him, but she giving me more. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus!
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek? You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Festus! Aphrodite! What do you say?
great.
Very well.
All right. Bring it. Although I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
That's true. Release him.
Trust is not given, is forced. Why should I give him my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
You're a little high and mighty. Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart. He was busy fighting. You're like Billy Spider. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought. Wait! Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, but that can wait like his son.
Your time now, he's my friend. And lover than a broken heart demands. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed.
Release.
Hey, baby. So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you're supreme fan. He's got the mind of a genius. Try harder. He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny.
Never once has he cheated on his wife.
Release him. I played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me. No one wins my game. Hunters brings her to the ring. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall.
Hi, Christina. Hi, Christina. There we go. There we go.
Please let him go.
I set upon the sea to search for phantom tales from tales my mum told me. A ghostly galleon filled with gold.
Okay, okay. Be careful and not hurt yourself. Not hurt yourself. But cook away. But cook away. Food is good. Food is good. When it doesn't hurt yourself. Hurt yourself. Oh. I'll say. We had ostrich burger, which I love. Never had a problem. Wedges with Japanese 7 spice. And it wasn't setting well. Let's just put it that way. I'm feeling better now. Just a little bit. Heavy, really? Hopefully I'll get through this. First time having it, by the way.
She sailed alone, no crew nor captain's guiding hand can tame the one the sailors call the Shadow. Sun and horizon met, I weighed the anchor, hoisted sail, my course was set. My cutthroat crew conspiring with the stars for guide. They point the way to peril's rock and lead us to the one they call the Shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call.
Right. Let's see. I'm really starting to think it's these. Let's see. Damn it. Okay. We go there. Let's see. My ear. Whoops. Okay. Da-da. New source. Close. Settings. Audio. Eh? Huh. Interesting. Maybe here? Huh. Let's see. Just disable it. Oh, maybe here? Nope. That's it. Audio. Let's see. Ahoy. Scrubby! Good evening. Must have been my wireless. That's a shame. I like these ones though. Quite cool. Right. Let's start. Shall we? Let's see. Where are we? There we go. Well, that's not good. Video capture. Huh. Wrong thing. Output. Add. So. Okay. Try again.
Puberty blockers. What are puberty blockers? Puberty blockers cause your body to stop making puberty hormones. This is like hitting the pause button on puberty. It can prevent some of the changes to your body that do not match your gender identity and can give you time to explore what you feel comfortable with now and in the future. Like other medical treatments, there are benefits and risks. What is puberty? Puberty is the process your body goes through to become capable of making a baby, as well as reaching adult size and adult brain development. This happens at different ages for different people. What are the body changes in people with testicles? Without puberty blockers, these are the changes that happen during puberty: testicle and penis growth, facial hair, increased acne, growth spurts, voice gets deeper. What are the body changes in people with ovaries? Breast changes, changes in body shape, including fuller hips. Menstrual periods start, usually more than 2 years after breast changes begin, growing taller at a slower rate. Will puberty blockers pause all changes? No, puberty blockers will not stop pubic or armpit hair from growing, or stop acne. When can I start taking puberty blockers? You begin puberty blockers after your body shows signs of puberty. Usually, this is after bodies with testicles have started to have increased testicle size and growth of the penis, and bodies with ovaries have started to have breast changes. It is not necessary to start puberty blockers before puberty. What if puberty has been happening for a while? Puberty gradually changes the body over 2 to 5 years. If you start puberty blockers after puberty has been happening for a while, they can prevent any further changes, but they cannot reverse the changes that have already happened. The earlier in puberty that blockers are started, the more changes to the body they can prevent. For example, if started early in puberty, puberty blockers may reduce the need for future surgeries or other treatments. That is, breast removal, or mastectomies, for transgender men, or hair removal for transgender women. Because puberty gradually changes the body, for some people, puberty blockers may block future body changes, even if you are in the middle of puberty. Are puberty blockers permanent? No. If you stop taking puberty blockers, your body will continue going through puberty. How long do they take to start working? It can take 1 to 2 months for the body to stop making puberty hormones. Everyone's body responds a little differently. How do I take the medicine? Puberty blockers come in different forms. Depoluprin, also called Leuprolide, is an injection that you come into clinic for every 3 months. Histrulin is a medicine that comes in a tiny plastic tube. A doctor inserts the tube under your skin in your upper arm. This can happen in clinic or in the operating room. The tube can stay in your arm for up to 18 months. What are the risks of puberty blockers? The long-term safety of puberty-blocking medicines is not completely understood. There may be long-term risks that we do not know about yet. Some of the risks we do know about include lower bone density. This means that blocking puberty does not let bones get stronger, like people who go through puberty, so your doctor will likely keep a close eye on it. While on puberty blockers, your doctor may recommend taking calcium, vitamin D, and doing certain exercises to strengthen your bones, like walking, jumping, and lifting weights.
Okay.
Fertility. Taking puberty blockers alone should not affect your ability to have a baby in the future. Puberty blockers decrease fertility when you're on them, but should not affect fertility in the future if you stop them. If cross hormones are started with puberty blockers, fertility risks may be different. What about cost? Puberty blocker medicine can be expensive. Only some insurance plans cover them. Some will only cover one of the medicines. The Gender Clinic Care Navigator can help you navigate the insurance process, including coverage, co-pays, and deductibles. Financial aid may be available. What about mental health therapy? In most cases, we ask that you and your family connect with a mental health therapist experienced in gender identity before and during treatment in the Gender Clinic. How long can I stay on puberty blockers? Puberty blockers can be used until you decide you want to resume the puberty process or until you're ready to start hormone therapy. Because puberty blockers can make your bones weaker over time, it is best not to use them for more than 4 years alone. So, are puberty blockers right for me? Puberty blockers are a way to prevent changes to your body that may not match with your gender identity. This gives you time before making more permanent gender decisions. Deciding if they're right for you is up to you. Seattle Children's Gender Clinic specializes in inclusive care and treatment for transgender and gender-diverse young people. Deciding to start puberty blockers is a decision that takes a lot of factors into account, and the support of mental health therapists, family, and friends is important. Write down your questions and talk with us about the ones you have.
So John Constant.
Sorry guys. Right. Oh. This one I wanted.
Health Secretary Wes Streeting has announced a total ban on the use of puberty blockers by people under the age of 18. The ban comes after NHS and stopped children with gender dysphoria in the UK from buying puberty blockers from European or private prescribers. It's that ban which has now been extended indefinitely. Laying out his reasoning in Parliament, Wes Streeting said this.
In the past few months, I have met with young trans people who have been, may be, or will be affected by the decisions I and my predecessor have taken. I've listened to their concerns, their fears, and their anxieties, and I want to talk to them directly now. I know it's not easy being a trans kid in our country today. The trans community is at the wrong end of all of the statistics for mental ill health, self-harm, and suicide. I can't pretend to know what that's like. But I do know what it's like to feel you have to bury a secret about yourself, to be afraid of who you are, to be bullied for it, and then to experience the liberating experience of coming out. I know it won't feel like it based on the decisions I'm taking today, but I really do care about this, and so does this government. I'm determined to improve the quality of care and access to healthcare for all trans people. I'm convinced.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Okay, Wes. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, everyone. You alright? You alright?
Nope. I'll do it in the morning. I'll stay late.
That bedroom. A bedroom. You okay? You okay? You got it off? Got it off?
Can't turn the sockets off. Can't turn the electrics off.
Okay. You can go on the other bed. If you...
No, I don't need a light.
No, I thought the light was still on.
No, the light's off. Can't get this fucking switch back on the wall.
Okay.
I'll need daylight for that one.
Alright. Hey! Things always go in inconvenient time.
Yeah. I was doing well. I only get 3 electric shocks. I'm fine.
What the fuck?
It's AC. If it was
Yeah,
DC, I would be an elephant. DC, I'd be an elephant. It's an AC, so it's fine.
As you can hear, I am married to a comedian. Lucky me. You okay, babe?
I've got it all back together, apart from the fucking switch, the screws that hold on to the wall, I can get them to line up.
Right.
So I'll do it in the morning.
I figured out what was causing the echo in my stream. My better headphone.
We'll need an electrician tomorrow.
On a Sunday?
Yep.
Fuck. Same number. Alright. What's that? Gracias?
I could phone the electrician. That'd be fun.
Hello. Welcome in. I will take a look.
Phone the electrician at 10 past fucking midnight.
Alright, don't bother. Oh. It's an epic history. Thank you. Say goodbye to the phone. Hang on. Darling. Can you put that in charge? Thank you. Down to 40. Shouldn't take too long. So I'll just be talking.
Oh, I'm switching.
That might help.
Electricity's my friend.
Night, darling. Oh! Close the door. Thank you. Right. Back to the school.
Convinced that the full implementation of the CAS review will deliver material improvements in the well-being, safety and dignity of trans people of all ages. And this government will work with them to help them live freely, equally and with the dignity that everyone in our country deserves.
So as Wes Streeting referred to there, this ban follows the recommendations of the CAS report. That was a government commissioned study that found there was insufficient evidence about the long-term outcomes for children and teenagers prescribed puberty blockers. She didn't actually advise a ban in that report, but she has spoken now positively about this move by Wes Streeting today. That's Hilary Cass, who wrote the report. The advice, or this decision actually,
I'm wondering. I could type that in. Someone reviewing the Cass report. I know Lexi done it on stream a while ago now. I'll see if I can find one. I've tried to read it. Can't do it. I really should read it though.
from Wes Streeting also follows newer advice from the Commission on Human Medicines, which found, quote, an unacceptable safety risk in the continued prescription of puberty blockers to children, unquote. According to the Commission, some children were prescribed the medication after filling out an online questionnaire and participating in just one Zoom call. The ban will be reviewed in 2027, and any breach of it will be a criminal offence, though it won't impact young people who are already taking puberty blockers. Those people will be able to continue to get the medicine from a UK registered prescriber so long as they already have a valid prescription. Streeting also pledged that the government would set up a clinical trial into the use of puberty blockers next year with the aim of establishing a clear evidence base for the use of the drugs. And he pledged that
there's already evidence-based. Oh. That lives through there, doesn't it?
NHS England would set up new gender identity services for young.
Oh yes. Different up here. We're nice. NHS Scotland. Wes is England and Wales. We've got our one up here. That's why I love my country. Oh. Damn. I can't get that until my phone's charged. I'll get it, Grazias. Thank you so much.
People following the closure of London's Tavistock Centre. Now, as you can imagine, there's been a lot of reaction to the ban in Parliament. Labour's Rachel Taylor gave an account of how the lack of gender identity services had impacted a child in her constituency.
He was referred by his GP when he was in year 8 for gender dysphoria. He has still not been seen by a specialist, and he's now in his first year doing his A-levels. He's had to endure going through periods, suffering at school with the embarrassment of that. He decided to stop eating and was then diagnosed with anorexia because that was the only way that he felt that he could stop his periods and stop his breasts growing. These are the kinds of things that trans young
to get to that level to stop your periods is starvation. Well, near starvation, which is bloody dangerous. You do damage to your organs. Your stomach shrinks. And if you restart eating, your system doesn't know how to handle it, and you're usually vomiting, diarrhea, or maybe constipation. It is bloody horrific. Anorexics go through hell when that happens. Wes, you are a ghoul.
People go through day in, day out. 3.5 years later, it's not good enough that he has still not been seen by a medical professional. And he is in the West Midlands, one of the areas where we're not yet announcing specialist services are going to be extended.
So that was a statement sort of about healthcare for young trans people. I'm not sure if there was sort of a particular point there made about puberty blockers, which is, you know, what was being announced there. Although actually Wes Streeting would say that he was also announcing these new services. After Streeting's statement, Green Party Deputy Leader Zach Polanski said this: Wes Streeting's decision to ban puberty blockers should be called out for what it is. He's playing culture wars where trans and non-binary youth are collateral damage and Labour dance to reform's tune. An attack on trans people is an attack on our LGBTQ plus community. We must say no. Others were more celebratory, with now independent but former Labour MP Rosie Duffield saying this: love and gratitude to every person who has spoken up against the scandal of puberty blockers over the last few years. To all of us cancelled, blanked, ignored or gaslit. Hannah's B, I think that's Hannah Barnes, who wrote a book about this sort of issue. She says, "You Shiro, and thank you, Wes Streeting." Helena, obviously very, you know, a very emotional topic. Wes Streeting in Parliament trying to say, you know, I've made this decision, but I stand with trans people. Do you think that's consistent?
It's a difficult one. It's really difficult to comment on. The thing as well is it's not a ban on puberty blockers. It's a ban on puberty blockers specifically for treating gender dysphoria, specifically for trans people. It's not for people who have precocious puberty. They will still be able to access these things just fine. Now, it's obviously better if they're going to do a clinical trial to then be able to find out whether or not there is a reason for keeping them legal.
Sorry, Helena. Dab. I'll find a video on precocious puberty next to explain why cis children are still getting this and trans kid it sucks. I didn't eat worry. I don't produce hormones or minuscule levels, not the required amount to go through puberty. I've been on hormones since we're 16. So I understand the science very well. I've been through it my entire life. So this ban is blatantly transphobic in my opinion. That's why Wes is a ghoul.
Or not, or keeping them unbanned or not, but that's not going to help all the people if at the end of that trial they find out that there's no reason to have them banned, who've had to go through a puberty that they don't want throughout the entirety of that time period. I think you'd struggle to find any trans person. For someone myself, I started transitioning at the age of, or medically transitioning at the age of 28. If I'd have had access to these things a lot younger, I'd have a much higher quality of life now, but that's looking in retrospect. Whereas when you actually look at the problems people are now facing, people really do need these things. People have real tangible stories of trauma that they have to go through from experiencing the wrong puberty. And that's happening immediately right now. Lots of these people don't have time to wait. And even then, a trial that they might do has already been called out by the Council of Europe as potentially being unethical. Because if you're doing a double-blind trial and the people who are on the blind end who are receiving the placebo, they're going to already know that they're...
You can't do a double blind on puberty blockers. It's not possible. Physically, medically. The people who are in the blind are going to know. Trust me. You know if you're going through puberty. So you can. It's unethical in a certain way, but physically and medically, you can't do the double blind. It's bloody stupid. It's not like other drugs. It works for mental health, medicines, obviously, and antibiotics to a certain extent. A couple other classes, but for hormones like like what we all go through. It's stupid. Doing a double blind. Just need to tell these people. Why would you say that? I've talked to my GP about this, and he's met these people. He says yeah. They're medically illiterate. Like a lot of people are. But some people are sensible. And get this. And say yes. Give them this pill or this medicine. I agree with it. But some people are either ghoulish, stupid. Sorry. Or worse. Just want to make people suffer. I hate those people.
Not going to actually getting access to these medication in reality because they're going to start going through puberty anyway, and they're going to have to deal with the consequences of being unlucky to be put in the control group there, and that could have serious ethical ramifications.
Snake. Welcome. Science Saturday. We're going on to precocious puberty next. But we have our lovely Helena on the Farah with Michael talking about the ban on puberty blockers because Wes is a Google easily.
And the big problem of all this is that I feel like it's a slippery slope for much further. He says wants to implement the recommendations of the Cass Review. And as you said in your piece there, this was not recommended by the Cass Review. In fact, if you go into the Cass Review, if you find Appendix 8 in the Cass Review, they show that they actually reviewed, hundreds of different records and different pieces of information of trans kids who had to use puberty blockers, and in literally 0 cases was that treatment removed due to professional advice or due to side effects, right? 0. Absolutely no cases within the Cass's own information that was provided in the review. And Hilary Cass herself at the time even said there is an undue disproportionate focus on puberty blockers as an issue. And I think that there's a reason for this. I think there's a reason why we have a disproportionate focus on puberty blockers as a very specific part of the debate about trans people. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you a quote from a statement made by a speaker at GenSpec's conference in Lisbon, GenSpec being kind of gender critical pressure group. Well, we certainly want to stop gender medicine and protect women's sports, but...
Yes, he did. I watched it. Months ago now. I loved it. I thought Lex was brilliant. Hold on, Lexi. Thank you. Or Alex. Thank you, Alex. Haven't said hi to Lexi in ages. I need to go in and say hello. I still exist. I am here.
That's not enough, and that's when the thing that has caused so much trouble as this idea is spread, namely that everything is connected and they can start to work with this. Sports means changing rooms as well as competitions. It means the development pipeline as well as elite competitions. That means sport in schools. If you can't lie about who's a boy and a girl is playing sport, how can you lie elsewhere in school? No gender child medicine means an end to the idea of the trans child. It means no longer teaching children transitioning is a thing. It means you can't pretend boys are girls and girls are boys. And once you stop that pretense, it's obvious the world's boy and girl in school mean rules and safeguarding. If you can't let boys go into girls' spaces in school without endangering kids, you can't keep them out without being clear who is actually a boy and who is actually a girl. Then you can make the same argument for adults. First in spaces where there's someone who knows everyone in this duty of care, for example, prisons or workplaces, and then other spaces too. Because if men can't use women's toilets at work, then why on earth will let them to do so in the shopping centre? This is the real importance of the UK's ban on puberty blockers. There is not really a serious treatment option in the UK, and I don't think more than hundreds of kids have taken them, certainly not more than a few thousand. What they are is a rhetorical and argumentative device. And that's the thing. That's what I believe the focus on the puberty blockers is. It's a specific Trojan horse to be able to try and get people to accept one removal of the rights of trans people as a rhetorical engine to be able to justify all of the rest of them. Well, if we can't allow kids to go through this kind of gender affirming care, well, then they can't go through further when they become age of 18. We can start rolling back other trans people's care as well. We can start talking about rolling back other things like societal transition for young people too. I think that this is a rhetorical device that's being used to create a slippery slope of further things. And so when Streeting says things like, well, trans kids are being unheard, trans people unheard, well, he did meet a big group of trans people. There's a great poster from India Willoughby talking about somebody who was in this meeting about the emotionally charged atmosphere in the room at the time, speaking to Wes Streeting, all of the emotional pleas to not ban what they believe themselves to be incredibly important medicines for themselves as trans kids. And apparently he recognized the emotional nature of people's pleas to him to not ban it, and then he went ahead and did it anyway. Yet when it comes to a group of Christian nurses, or a group of nurses, backed by Christian Legal, who were complaining about having to share changing rooms with trans people, they got their own special meeting, and it's looking like there's already been intimations towards alleged changes into NHS operational procedure that would disadvantage trans people specifically. So, do I have the best of thoughts? Am I hopeful about Wes Streeting's position as in the Department of Health and Social Care to treat trans people with dignity and with respect? No, I don't have any trust in him at all.
I mean, I totally take your point that this is the kind of thing that will be used by people who are just in general opposed to trans rights. I suppose where I'm sort of reluctant to completely dismiss where Wes Streeting is coming from is he has been advised, by a couple of sort of medical bodies or reports. Obviously, there are medical bodies in different countries who completely.
Sorry, comrades. Back in a minute. Fantastic.
You disagree, so it seems to me like there is genuine debate here, and some of it is not necessarily being had for ulterior motives. It's that there's genuine medical disagreement. And I suppose for me, why it seems like there's almost something irresolvable with puberty blockers is because it seems sort of from the literature that many people who suffer gender dysphoria when they're children will always want to be trans, and other people who suffer gender dysphoria when they're children, it might resolve without them becoming trans. And one of the things that, where people can sort of work out if this is a temporary or a permanent thing is puberty. So I think it said in the Cass review that there are studies which show that one of the things which does resolve or which can resolve gender dysphoria in young people is puberty, which then sort of makes them feel more aligned with the sex that they were assigned at birth. Now, and why I think this is impossible is because obviously the people for whom the gender dysphoria is not temporary, they would be much better having puberty blockers, right? So obviously if you are going to be trans your whole life, it's much better to start transitioning before puberty than afterwards. But if you give people puberty blockers, then you're not going to know if they would be the kids with gender dysphoria for whom it might be resolved without transitioning. Do you see where I'm coming from? So it seems to me that there is a genuine sort of issue which is very difficult to resolve as sort of someone doing a well-meaning study into what is the best medical care for people. A separate question about whether a ban is sensible. I think you probably should leave it to the medical profession. But I suppose, what do you think of the idea that there is, lots of the people who are working on this, making decisions about this, might be motivated by just this being quite a new, complex medical issue, not necessarily using this as kind of a battering ram to try and roll back trans rights more generally?
I think that you could probably find plenty of people who are only taking in what they believe to be an evidence-based approach, right? Who are only looking in what they believe is a dispassionate and objective viewpoint. But as you've already said there are plenty of people who are medical professionals who don't have a skin in the game, who've come to different conclusions, very, very wildly different or maybe slightly different conclusions on this issue. And I think around the issues that you raised there, the difficulty comes in, well, how can you trust politicians, especially politicians like Wes Streeting, who, from what I've seen, have very clear biases on this issue, going on to Julia Hartley-Brewer's show on Talk TV and instantly dismissing the existence of trans people, or going on to Harry Colen.
Welcome, main captain. Great to see you. How you doing? Wes Streeting. Banning puberty blockers. This is Nevada. Obviously. Our lovely Helena.
The Sun, and saying, well, if you'd asked me before, I'd said that trans people are the gender they say they are, but now I'm going to have a different opinion. Can you trust a politician specifically to take into account the plurality of voices in the room and come to an evidence-based opinion on that? Or can you only rely on them to pick and choose the kind of information that they want to be able to implement into policy? This is the problem that we have with things like think tanks, for example, in that they're not there to have a dispassionate, evidence, objective-based view in totality of the evidence. They're there to push a specific political angle, and they are used by politicians to be able to have evidentiary support for the policies they wanted to implement anyway. So whether or not the actual scientists and the statisticians and the people who are doing these studies themselves are doing these things in earnest or sincerely, they probably are. But I don't think you can trust politicians, let alone Wes Streeting, to give you the totality of the evidence to come to the correct political decision.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think where I stand on this is I think there is a genuine question. I'm concerned, I think, when I see people say anyone sort of interested in this or caring about this or thinks that there is a genuine sort of challenge, to be resolved, must have ulterior motives. I think that's problematic. At the same time, I think probably it shouldn't be in the hands of politicians, and a ban does seem over the top. Why not leave it to medical practitioners and have some strong guidelines or whatever?
Let parents and the kids themselves be able to make their own personal judgment as to whether this is something that they want to do. As far as I'm concerned, I agree with Tim Waltz on this issue. What is between a doctor and a patient themselves should be up to them. It should be between them. It should be confidential. It should be entirely their decision. And the government getting involved is state overreach, in my mind.
Did you know that almost 2% of U.S.
Give me a minute, people. Okay. Settings. Find a setting. Microphone. Set up. Yes.
You have selected Microsoft George as the default voice.
Too fast.
You have selected Microsoft George as the default voice.
You have selected Microsoft Hazel as the default voice. You have selected Microsoft Susan as the default voice.
Hazel's better. Yeah, I've done it off. I thought that. Let's see. What the? Crap. Fine.
Puberty is the time in an individual's life when they physically become sexually mature and able to have children. Precocious refers to puberty occurring at an earlier age than the average age among an individual's peers. Generally, puberty is considered precocious if it begins before the age of 8 in females and the age of 9 in males. The hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis is a system of hormone signaling between the hypothalamus, pituitary gland, and gonads, either the testes or ovaries.
Okay. Oops. Huh. No loudspeakers. Got that. Yeah. Ope. You numpty. Let's see. Okay. Fingers crossed.
To control sexual development and reproduction. Gonadotropin-releasing hormone is released by the hypothalamus into the hypophyseal portal system, which is a network of capillaries connecting the hypothalamus to the hypophysis, or the pituitary. When gonadotropin-releasing hormone reaches the pituitary gland, it stimulates cells in the anterior pituitary, called gonadotrophs, to release gonadotropin hormones, luteinizing hormone and follicle-stimulating hormone, into the blood. These gonadotropin hormones then stimulate the gonads to produce specific steroids, sex hormones. Beginning at puberty, the Leydig cells of the testes respond to the luteinizing hormone by converting more cholesterol into testosterone. In addition, the Sertoli cells of the testes respond to follicle-stimulating hormone by producing more sperm. The major sex-specific hormones in women are estrogen and progesterone, and they are produced by the ovarian follicles that are scattered on the ovaries. Each ovarian follicle is made up of a ring of granulosa and theca cells surrounding a primary oocyte at its core. Beginning at puberty, theca cells respond to luteinizing hormone by producing androstenedione, an androgen. Then, the granulosa cells respond to follicle-stimulating hormone by converting the androstenedione into estrogen and progesterone. Waves of estrogen and progesterone regulate monthly changes to the ovary stroma to promote egg maturation and ovulation, and changes to the uterine wall lining as part of the menstrual cycle. The increased production of sex hormones drives the development of primary and secondary sex characteristics observed during puberty. Primary sex characteristics refers to the genitals, organs directly involved in sexual reproduction. Secondary sex characteristics refers to any sex-specific physical characteristic that is not directly involved or necessary in sexual reproduction, like pubic hair and breasts in females. The Tanner scale, or Tanner stages, is a predictable set of steps that males and females go through as they develop primary and secondary sex characteristics and become sexually mature. The Tanner scale centers on two independent criteria: the appearance of pubic hair in both sexes and the increase in testicular volume and penile size and length in males and breast development in females. There are 5 stages. In stage 1, the prepubertal stage, no pubic hair is present in either sex. Males have a small penis and testes. Females have a flat chest. In stage 2, pubic hair appears. There is a measurable enlargement of the testes, and breast buds appear. In stage 3, pubic hair becomes coarser, the penis begins to enlarge in both size and length, and breast mounds form. In stage 4, pubic hair begins to cover the pubic area, the penis begins to widen, and breast enlargement continues to form a mound-on-mound contour of the breast. In stage 5, pubic hair extends to the inner thigh, the penis and testes have enlarged to adult size, and the breast takes on an adult contour. Precocious puberty is when a child starts progressing through the Tanner scale before 95% of other children that age. Generally, that means that puberty has started before the age of 8 in females and 9 in males. Precocious puberty is usually due to a central or peripheral problem. Central precocious puberty, or gonadotropin-dependent precocious puberty, results from early maturation of the hypothalamic-pituitary gonadal axis. When that happens, it causes an early release of luteinizing hormone and follicle-stimulating hormone, which in turn causes an increase in sex hormones. Ultimately, early maturation of the hypothalamic-pituitary gonadal axis could be due to a dysfunctional hypothalamus or pituitary gland. One cause could be a tumor that's releasing gonadotropin-releasing hormones, or human chorionic gonadotropin, a placental hormone that's similar to luteinizing hormone. Another cause is an infection or cyst or radiation damage to the brain that impairs the negative feedback system in the hypothalamic-pituitary gonadal axis. But most of
We've been doing how puberty blocker works and wedge treating Bunawank with Helena on Novara a few 4 months ago 5 months something like that. So we are doing precocious puberty. This is where children start going through puberty before the age of 8. Ooh.
the time, there's no identifiable pathology, and it's simply called idiopathic precocious puberty. Idiopathic precocious puberty is considered a normal
Idiopathic means I don't know. Maybe. Literally that's basically what it is. Cause I got classified, diagnosed with idiopathic degenerative spinal degeneration. The bony part of my spine is getting eaten away. And they just said, sod it. Idiopathic. Still studying. Don't worry. Hopefully it'd be before I die. They'll be able to say what this actually is. Happy fun. I'm sure they've got at least another 30, maybe 40 years. My God, me, 86. That'll be fun.
variation in the age at which puberty begins, and is influenced by factors like when a parent began puberty as well as an individual's weight. The other category, peripheral precocious puberty, or gonadotropin-independent precocious puberty, is the result of the abnormal overproduction of sex hormones by the testes or ovaries. This could be caused by an ovarian or testicular cyst or tumor, genetic conditions like McCune-Albright syndrome, dysfunction of other glands like the thyroid or adrenal gland, or exogenous sex hormones from medications and creams. The key feature of precocious puberty is early sexual maturation, and it often causes a lot of emotional distress because children can feel social pressures that come along with sexual maturity. Precocious puberty is diagnosed using the Tanner scale. Gonadotropin hormone levels can help distinguish gonadotropin-dependent or independent causes, and medical imaging by ultrasound or MRI can be used to look for structural abnormalities in the brain and gonads. Treatment for pathologic causes of central precocious puberty typically involves using gonadotropin-releasing hormone analogs, which can suppress the hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis hormones. They work by binding to the gonadotropin-releasing hormone receptor on the pituitary gland and decreasing the release of luteinizing hormone and follicle-stimulating hormone. That ultimately reduces the levels of sex hormones and slows puberty.
Thank God. Thank
Treatment for peripheral precocious puberty depends on the cause. In some cases, surgery is needed to remove a tumor or cyst from the ovaries or testicles. Alright, as a quick recap, precocious puberty means that puberty has started early, typically before the age of 8 in females and before the age of 9 in males. It's usually identified using Tanner staging. Oftentimes there's no underlying pathology and it's considered a normal variation called idiopathic precocious puberty. If there is an underlying pathology, it's typically due to central or peripheral causes that ultimately result in early release of the sex hormones, which leads to early sexual development.
Helping current and future clinicians focus, learn, retain, and thrive. Learn more.
Okay. Let's see. Ruth. Pierce. An hour. An hour and a half. Let's see. Where is it? Let's do this one.
So, this has basically been what the inside of my head has felt like for the last 6 months or so.
Work.
This is just a handful of stories. There were many more I could have used. And as long as I can remember, there's been negative coverage of trans issues in the media. And this typically involves stereotyping, sensationalization, misinformation, simplifications, portrayals in which we're a joke, portrayals in which we're threatening, or portrayals in which we're both. And I say we because I'm a trans woman and that's going to be informing my perspective somewhat, I'm going to note now. As a sociologist, I believe everybody is positioned in relation to one another. Everyone has a bias. The question is, are you going to set it up at the beginning and say, okay, this is what I can learn from my position, or are you going to pretend that you're not, and that you've got some kind of overarching view which doesn't relate to the social world, which no one has. But these are the kind of portrayals that make it difficult to come out and explain who we are. They're the kind of negative stories that trans people might internalise, that can make life hard for us, and it contributes to the high rates of mental health problems among trans people, and arguably also violence, including sexual violence and abuse towards us. However, while this kind of material has been around for decades, and it's certainly around when I came out in the early 2000s, in the second half of 2017 there was a huge increase in negative portrayals of trans people. The images I'm showing here are just a small number of examples. As I've said, all of these are from the last few months. And every week brings a new batch. I'm going to be referring to some from the weekend just to bring you right up to date towards the end of the talk.
I bet a good few of those are the Daily Mail, and the Sun. Do people agree? Christ. I hear press. So much.
So Meg John Barker argues that this wave of negative coverage constitutes a moral panic. A moral panic is a process by which concern is aroused around an issue in the media or by campaigners, or usually both, interacting, on the basis of social anxiety rather than fact. So Barker identifies several features of moral panic present in these stories. There's an incoherent, scattershot nature. We've got everything from children, schools, surveys, prisons, Labour Party internal politics, as if anybody cares. The Church of England. I'm a Labour Party member, so you know, I've immediately upset the anarchists. So they're noting a contradictory nature.
You might have upset the MLs. Who's whipple. Trust me. They're trans Marxists out there. I know it. I've drank with some of them. They're brilliant people. I love them.
Some of the stories. Trans people are blamed for both reinforcing and dismantling the gender system. There's misinformation within a lot of the reporting, as I'll show further later, and there's a relative lack of positive stories or input from trans experts, and a similarity to previous moral panics, which is something I'll explore in detail later. So there's an enormous range of stories and discourses present here. I don't have time to examine all of them. So I'm going to focus on a couple of key case studies which I believe shed light on the wider issues. So the first of these is about the supposed threat of trans people in gendered spaces, including public toilets and changing rooms. And historically,
headline.
Concern in this area has tended to centre around the supposed threat of trans women. That is, trans people such as myself who are assigned a male gender at birth but identify and experience ourselves as women. However, a growing number of trans people also identify as neither female nor male, instead describing themselves using terms such as non-binary or genderqueer. And many non-binary and genderqueer people have campaigned for the provision of non-gendered public spaces such as gender-neutral toilets, which I believe are now in some Warwick buildings, about a decade after I wrote policy for Warwick Students' Union, so, you know, getting there. Good work, everyone is carrying that on. In November 2017, Travis Alabanza, who's a non-binary trans feminine person of colour, attempted to go into a changing room in Topshop because they wanted to buy some dresses, they wanted to try them on, and they were denied access to the changing room and made a complaint to the manager, who said, well, go to Top Man. Both Topshop and Top Man already officially have a gender-neutral changing room policy, meaning they're not supposed to police the genders of the people who use their changing rooms. So Alabanza made a formal complaint and also went on Twitter and went, ah, which is exactly what any sensible person does under these circumstances. This story was picked up by BuzzFeed, who, without permission from Alabanza, wrote a story on it, and this in turn got picked up by Times journalist Janice Turner, who wrote this piece, Children Sacrificed to Appease the Trans Lobby. And what Turner does in her piece is she misgenders Alabanza using male pronouns and wrongly stating that they're a man rather than a non-binary person. She wrongly states that the Topshop policy was changed due to Alabanza's complaint, the idea that someone would go on Twitter and go, rah, and then suddenly an entire company in the UK says we're going to change all of our policies. And it also implied that individuals such as Alabanza pose a threat to vulnerable girls. That's scary. She says in her article, they are just permitting men, they being Topshop, any man to walk into a flimsily curtained space where giggling teenage girls check out a friend's new dress in their bra. Now, aside from the kind of weird use of sexualized imagery around teenage girls by an adult, in this piece. What this is doing is raising concern about the presence of trans women and trans feminine non-binary people in not just changing rooms, but public toilets, rape crisis centres and women's swimming groups, all topics which have come up in later stories. So that's one example. Here's another. This is the one about the Labour Party. As part of its efforts to promote women's equality, Labour has a number of positions and schemes that are women only. For instance, it has women's officers, and it also has some MPs are elected on women-only lists, so the idea is only a woman can run for that. And the idea of this is to have a situation in which more women are in political positions. And it also has policies that explicitly ban transphobia. In November 2017, Anna Rosillo, who's pictured here on my left, your left? Yes, left. Trying to think about directions, because over here it's the right. She resigned from her position as women's officer in Bexhill and Battle. Sounds obscure, is relevant. After numerous complaints about her use of transphobic language and support for anti-trans campaigns on the internet.
Help, help. Bexhill and Battle. It's London, isn't it? My English geography is woeful. Sorry.
Also in November, Lily Madigan, on the right, I'm going to get my left and right correct, was elected to the position of women's officer in, important again, Rochester and Strood. And I'm really wary of claims to being the first, but as far as I'm aware, Madigan is the first trans woman to be elected to a women's officer position in a constituency Labour Party, which is a big deal for a 17-year-old with limited...
Thank you for dropping by. Bye. Sozzled. South Coast. Thank you. Paul Fletcher. Night Sozzled. Catch you later. Steve East.
Experience of campaigning, right? That's an achievement. Now note that the resignation of Rosillo and the election of Madigan were two completely unrelated events. However, in numerous media reports, they were conflated. Labour officials quit in transgender row. There's the angry woman, there's the evil man that's got rid of her, right? That's the story. Before her election, Madigan once wrote a letter of complaint about Rosillo's behaviour. However, the vast majority of complaints about her came from her constituency party. Since her election, Madigan's been the object of immensely aggressive media campaigns, which question her right to hold the position, accuse her of pushing out women, and consequently she's been subject to near constant harassment on social media. So this is part of a far wider controversy about the role of trans women, not just in the Labour Party, but also in public life. And trans women have also been accused of taking these positions away from real women. So with these questions, these examples in mind, my question for this talk, oops, that's the next bit, sneak preview. How did we get here, right? How did we get to this position where we've got these weird debates and arguments? And what is at stake, right? What have people got invested in these debates? The short-term answer is we're due to get a revision of the UK's Gender Recognition Act. Similarly, the Scottish government are going and doing their own thing because they want to be independent.
We do.
So these proposed changes would enact a self-declaration system where, much like how you can change your name at the moment, you sign a form, you store it somewhere, and there you go, you've made a legal change in your life. The existing system is rather bureaucratic and requires medical sign-offs, lots of money, time, and people assessing whether or not you're man or woman enough. And this caused considerable disquiet amongst the kind of people who get really upset about trans women occupying positions in the Labour Party. So in the wake of the announcement that this law might change, anti-trans groups such as Transgender Trend and A Women's Place started producing press releases and sending them out to every newspaper they could, finding any possible trans controversies a hook for the story. We found some trans women in prison, look, there's a trans woman using a women's swimming group, or that kind of thing. And in many of these stories, key anti-trans campaigners, such as Venice Allen, are quoted time and time again. And that's because they wrote the press release with a nice quote so the journalist who's in a hurry could just copy it out. But that's just one part of the story, okay? That's the recent cause of what's happened. For a deeper understanding, we need to go back further in time. And I'm going to do that shortly, but first I'm going to provide a bit more of an insight into the language I'm using, which underpins the wider debates. And I'm going to do so by exploring two key terms. Very briefly, I'm going to go through trans, which I've already assumed to a certain degree, but I'm going to be a bit more explicit about who I'm referring to. And then I'm going to talk about, get into the real kind of heavy stuff here and talk about woman. So trans is a broad umbrella term. There's a transgender umbrella, Google is my friend. And it covers, it includes, it embraces older identities such as transsexual or cross-dresser, as well as newer identities such as non-binary and genderqueer. And what you can understand trans as here is this broad description used to denote pretty much anyone who doesn't either, they don't fit into one of the two binary categories available within the Western system of binary gender, or someone who wants to move between these categories. So Stephen Whittle, this is my favourite quote, anyone who comes to one of these talks for the last decade and the next decade will hear me say this. He says, a trans identity is now accessible to anyone who does not feel comfortable in the gender role they are attributed with at birth, or has a gender identity at odds with the labels man or woman credited to them by formal authorities. That's quite big and quite vague, isn't it? That's intentional, it's a political decision allowing lots of people to organise together on the basis of a broad similarity. Another perhaps related term is cis. I could spend an entire 2 or 3 hours talking about how I feel about cis, about its strengths and limitations, but for the purposes of this talk, I'm going to say it describes someone who maybe feels that they do fit within one of those two categories, whatever that might mean, which varies, which is why it's a problem. But it does have its value in the same way talking about straight people has value, even if straight people sometimes really fancy people of the same sex. It's complicated. Sexuality is complicated, not all straight people. Normally trans is the controversial term, but for this talk, woman is the controversial talk. Now I could easily title this section of the talk, What is a Man? And indeed some of the problems I'm about to outline are as relevant to men as they are to women. However, Western academia tends to centre men in its analysis, and men stand in as the neutral. So today, women can stand in as the neutral, taking a political decision to centre womanhood by using this as the key example. Moreover, as I've shown, a lot of the current moral panic over trans people in public space existing focuses on a supposed threat to women.
Well look, a trans person in a public space. No panic. Who'd have thunk it?
And girls, okay? So there's definitely something going on with womanhood. So what is a woman? It's a really important question for feminist philosophers. As Talia May Betcher says, since feminism...
That's a good question. That shouldn't be asked by Matt Walsh. Not say it.
Is concerned with the oppression of women, it should be able to determine whose oppression is at stake, right? You've got to work out what you're talking about in order to talk about it. So, is it so hard to agree on what a woman is? There are many features which commonsensically describe a woman. The problem is, the longer you look at any of these features, the more exceptions you can find.
I love you.
And the problem is, again, there's not necessarily any one feature that is unique to all women. So, for instance, Not all women menstruate. Some women go through menopause. Not all women have wombs. Some women have a hysterectomy. Some women are born without a womb, so they don't have a womb and they can't menstruate with conditions such as, and I wrote this one down and underlined it, vaginal agenesis. There we go. Not all women have breasts, contrary to what you taught at GCSE biology. Not all women have XX chromosomes. How many of you know what your chromosomes are? Have you had them tested? No one really knows.
I only have one X. I only have one X. So going on, or going under some people's definition. I'm not a woman. Fuck off. I'm a woman. Trust me. Even if I. Well, I don't have them. The ovaries. The womb. Any discernible. Endometrial lining. Cervix. Up in the gods. Don't produce the hormones. Still a woman. Trust me.
And these are I've just got a handful of examples here, but I could come up with others. In most cases, intersex conditions complicate these, as in some people are born with sexual features which we associate more with women or with men.
Intersex?
Meanwhile, most social definitions of womanhood rely on sexist stereotypes. The idea that a woman is someone who wears women's clothes. It's like, okay, what are women's clothes? I'm wearing trousers. How do we deal with that? What if you've got a really butch woman? What about womanly behaviour, acting in a womanly way? Well, okay, but if you're a feminist, you might say, okay, but that's really sexist because there's no such thing as womanly behaviour. What about girlhood? A lot of white feminists have argued that women share an experience of girlhood, right? Being brought up in a sexist society and raised as girls in a certain way. However, black feminist thinkers such as the Combahee River Collective have critiqued this claim and argued that girlhood differs according to factors such as race and class. So, what about sexism, the unequal treatment that women receive for being women? Is this perhaps a phenomenon that defines womanhood, not simply in terms?
Oh yes, you would. My God. Me to beat him. I'm not sure if I would destroy you. I'd make him look like a bloody idiot. Really easy. Would I have fun doing it? I need to figure that out.
Of women's experiences, but in how women come to be constituted in our current society in the first place. Maybe is the answer I'm going with. In a 2017 article, Transfeminism, Recent Philosophical Developments, Talia Becher outlines 4 ways in which feminist philosophers have attempted to grapple with this problem.
Tonight's beverage. Thatcher's Haze. It is lovely.
Long-winded beginner is a relationship to the possibility of biological reproduction. What that really means is, does this person have reproductive organs, or have they had reproductive organs, or might they have been able to reproduce? But as we've seen, this is a real problem for a lot of women, including disabled women and intersex women as well as trans women. Then there's the family resemblance analysis. I love this. This is my way of thinking about social objects when there's actually nothing that fits everybody. That is, if someone's got like 2 or 3, 4 or 5, maybe 10, if you've got enough womanly characteristics, then you're a woman. Maybe there's a series of overlapping circles of what a woman could be. But again, this is slightly problematic, particularly some disabled and trans women might, there's all these womanly things, but actually maybe we don't have access to them. Becher really likes the last 2. Ameliorative analyses and semantic contextualization. Ameliorative analyses are about, okay, great, okay, let's start making our starting point, trying to come up with what a woman is, and think, what's the purpose of defining women in the first place? Which, if you're a feminist, is perhaps about fighting sexism. So it's like, okay, what definitions of womanhood can help us fight sexism? That's something I'm going to come back to towards the end of this talk. And finally, she talks about semantic contextualization, which in some ways is interrelated, in some ways isn't. And that's about what kind of woman are we referring to? Or are there maybe different women that are useful in different contexts? And this can be useful from an intersectional feminist perspective as well, in thinking about, okay, maybe there's lots of different women, and what a woman is, for the purposes of our discussion, depends. So, what I'm trying to say is this is a really live issue in feminist philosophy. Something everyone agrees on, anyone who's kind of studied the social world and looked at things like the gendered pay gap, looked at things like gendered violence, says, okay, sexism exists on some level. There is a social phenomenon we can observe in different places. It's observable in the world. What's harder to define is the subject of feminism. So if we're not sure what a woman is anyway, why is there such panic about trans people and women's changing rooms? There are more answers to that question than I have time for in this talk. However, I'm going to focus on two examples. And these map roughly onto the studies which I outlined earlier with regards to Travis Alabanza and Lady Anigan. The first of these is a wider history of moral panics, that's at the top, over sexual difference. And the second is disputes in feminism over the role of trans people. So, let's begin. We're going to go right back in time. During the 19th and 20th century, white sexologists put an enormous amount of energy in trying to explain, define, and cure what they saw as sexual deviance. Works such as Richard von Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis attempted to catalogue sexual deviance, right? So that's all the forms. Sexual kinks, feminism, women who smoke, I'm not joking, what we might call homosexuality, bisexuality, intersex bodies, trans identities.
Bisexual.
Havelock Ellis's work built upon this, and he focused on what we might now call lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans people, or queer people, depending on what our political affiliation is. Ellis wanted to understand why some people deviated from sexual norms. That is what Judith Butler might call the heterosexual matrix, which is the idea is you are a man or a woman, and if you're a man, you're sexually attracted to women, and if you're a woman, you're sexually attracted to men.
Jealous.
And behave yourself.
Thanks, Griffy.
In his introduction to the first volume of this work,
missed that joke.
To men, and you're a nice man, you're a heterosexual matrix, which is the idea is you are a man or a woman, and if you're a man, you're sexually attracted to women, and if you're a woman, you're sexually attracted to men, and you're a nice grid, and behave yourself. In his introduction to the first volume of this work, Ellis outlined what he saw as the importance, like this is why it's so great being this beardy man from the 19th century. The question of sex and the racial questions that rest of it stand before the coming generations, that's us, as the chief problem for solution. What? Okay, what's going on here? I thought I was talking about gender. Race and gender theorist Siobhan Somerville argued that Ellis never fully addressed what he meant by the racial question. He just let it hang over the book. Nevertheless, certain racial anxieties underpin his work. So as I alluded to earlier with reference to the Combahee River Collective, activists and scholars looking at the intersection of race and of gender have done a great deal of work to explore how racialized people's genders have historically been constructed differently to white genders within white Western society. And in this section of the talk, we're going to draw primarily from C. Riley Snorton's brand new, very exciting book, which I recommend to everybody, Black on Both Sides, A Racial History of Trans Identity. And in the first chapter of his book, Snorton examines examples of medical experimentation on black bodies in the United States, which occurred both before and after the abolition of slavery. Snorton describes how American doctor James Marion Sims, the so-called father of gynecology, built his reputation, and for that matter a lot of what ideas and technologies we use in modern gynecology today. These were built on violent operations on black slaves during the mid-19th century, and these were by definition non-consensual. Before we just portray these women, and it was all women, as victims, Snorton also notes that women such as Anarcha, Betsy and Lucy may have also played an unacknowledged role in the advance of medical science, because basically all of Sims' mates got bored of him after so many kind of forced operations on people where he hadn't successfully fixed their problems, and they all got bored and went away and thought they were present at the beginning of medical history. So he roped his slaves into helping, and actually, who invented a lot of modern tools that gynecologists use today? Well, possibly actually Sims' slaves rather than him, because they took on a coerced role as assistants. So he was trying to find a means of operating on, I've underlined this one again, vescovaginal fistulas, right? That's a hole between your, I'm not a biologist. The bits where the waste objects are coming out on one hand and the bits where your reproductive system is on the other hand, so it's very unpleasant. These existed all women in one point or another, but they were more common amongst slave populations, as people are like, oh, it's something about the black body. However, as Snorton notes, actually this was likely a consequence of slavery, as slave women were more likely to have poor physical health and become pregnant while young, because they were slaves. So for an examination of medical literatures and diagrams, Snorton shows how white women's bodies, unlike the black women I've just been talked about, were treated with an amount of care by doctors. They were constructed socially in the literature.
When I was looking, I found Katie. Different spelling. But most Katies are good people. Unlike Haiti Copkins. That's all I will say of her. Thank you. I'll find that video.
As delicate, necessitating privacy, and Snorton describes these amazing pictures, and by amazing I mean ridiculous, where you had this gynecologist, a white male gynecologist and a white woman, and there was a sheet covering her to preserve her modesty, and he was kind of reaching inside and poking around in a really manly way, and he couldn't see what he was doing because of course you can't, disrupt her modesty. So you had this bizarre construction of white women as really delicate, and black women weren't constructed socially.
Thank God for medical imagery. So they wouldn't have to poke and prod us too much. We still have to do that. Obviously. Gynecological health is good. And necessary for lots of people. Obviously. But medical imagery. Brilliant. Thank God.
As women in the same way. This is Snorton's point. There was a sense in which black bodies might offer insights to white bodies, but they did not require the same respect or sense of social decorum. So a similar sense of black gender difference could also be seen in white stories of escaped slaves in the US prior to emancipation. Stories frequently circulated about slaves who cross-dressed in order to escape, and this fed into discourses of black sexual fluidity and also wider white social anxieties about threatening racialized cross-gendered behavior. Okay. So we'll fast forward 100 years, as you do, and a century later, there was widespread cultural anxiety in the Western world about a rather different threat to social laws. Of course, at the same time in the United States, the Black Civil Rights Movement was also happening, so that was carrying on. But meanwhile, you know, there were new problems that straight people found. So will this play by itself?
Lots of young people hitchhike. Seems like a good way to get from one place to another. But sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly. One never knows when a homosexual is about. Let's take the case of Jimmy Barnes. Jimmy played baseball all afternoon and he didn't feel like walking home, so he decided to thumb a ride. He'd done it 100 times before. He didn't think anything was unusual when the driver struck up a friendly conversation. In fact, he seemed like a real nice guy. What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick. A sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious. A sickness of the mind.
What's this one?
You see, Ralph was a homosexual. A person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal.
I just want to say that I appear completely normal.
Bloody hell. Those videos. Fucking infuriate me. Good. Miffed. I love that word.
So what's really interesting in propaganda such as this, right, is gay people are specifically portrayed as a danger to children. And this isn't just a matter of supposed paedophilia, right? Although obviously this is present. It's the idea of turning children gay, right? He's spreading the sickness. What's at stake is a threat to the natural order of things, the potential creation of more homosexuals. Jimmy might enjoy himself, okay? And so what links these seemingly different histories of...
If he's gay, and old enough, obviously protection. Just fucking leave him. Seriously. This sort of nonsense is scaring. Just don't.
Racialized and sexualized threat. Well, according to Swedish scholar Julian Honkasalo, the answer is eugenics. Okay, right? So he focuses on in a book chapter for a book of medicine at the moment. So this is hot off the press. No one's read this yet. It's really good. Can't wait to share it with the world. But he's arguing about the suppression of inappropriate femininities in different social groups. This includes both the wrong kind of womanhood, as I've shown through Snorton's work, and supposedly effeminate behaviour in men. And the control and suppression of this inappropriate behaviour is carried out, according to Honkasalo, in what I think is a very convincing argument, in the Western world, in the name of the so-called purity of the white race. Right? The idea is you want to maintain masculine, forthright white men, and you want to have nice women who will bear children for them and they can conquer the world and do whatever it is, the awful things that the British and American empires did, and French and German and everybody else. So this kind of played out in different groups according to different racist logics. So I've already used the example of how black people carried an implicit threat of alien genders. Other racialized groups, such as Jews, carried a different kind of threat. Jewish men were perceived and portrayed as effeminate. You can see this, for example, in Nazi propaganda, but it was also used by eugenicists in the United Kingdom. And the fear amongst eugenicists was that Jews would water down white masculinity if they were to interbreed. Who else is going to do that? Gays. A similar logic could be extended to other groups in which men were seen as insufficiently masculine. Disabled men, gay men, as I've said, and trans people who don't quite fit either. So a lot of eugenic projects relied on the sterilisation of so-called undesirable groups, and it's widely associated with the Nazis, but people were promoting.
Well, rejoice. They don't need to worry about me reproducing, and creating more gay people. They'll be happy about that. I believe.
This in the UK and a lot of Nordic countries, it carried on well after World War II. And this included black people, Jewish people, disabled people, among others. Most of the sterilisation programmes have long ago been scrapped. However, a number of European countries, by law, still require sterilisation of trans people as a prerequisite for legal gender recognition. So what I've got here is this is an example of a recently repealed Norwegian law, and this is the rationale for it, looked at by Saria Monroe and Janneke de Ross. So the Norwegian health authorities, they were advised by the gender identity team to require irreversible sterilisation for the condition of legal gender recognition. Why? Quote, direct quote, astonishing, to avoid the potential calamity of a menstruating man, or even worse, a pregnant man, who would bring the hospital into disgrace. So the danger here is they're breeding. If you have trans people breeding, then there'll be more trans people. So it's about reproducing these norms, right? Literally as well as figuratively. So there's therefore been this long history of
Shana, mod extraordinaire. Hi darling. How you doing?
Anxieties in Western society over the gender of racialised bodies and bodies that are seen as sexually deviant, and of course some racialised bodies are additionally sexually deviant because people don't fit into neat categories, and something people can be more than one thing at once. And these bodies are seen as specifically threatening to normative white reproduction. In their 2017 article, Violent Systems, which is an amazing title, Malawian scholar
I'm still at work.
Patel,
Okay.
quotes
Lock away.
There to argue that one of the recurring themes in the history of colonial repression is the way the threat of real or imagined violence against white women became a symbol of one of the most dangerous forms of the most dangerous form of insubordination. Protecting the virtue of white women was the pretext for instituting draconian measures against indigenous populations in several parts of the empire. For this reason, the trans people of colour, such as Patel, argue that opposing binary gender divisions in public spaces, it's not just a matter of trans rights, but it's a matter of decolonisation. And Patel's argument is grounded in the context of their research in South Africa, but it's also relevant to our understanding of what they refer to as violent systems in the West. So they argue that in the context of the global South, creating a positive change for transgender people of colour in bathrooms must involve not only degendering but also decolonisation.
Correct.
So, as Patel implies, the social reinforcement of binary gender roles, it arises from more than just white, cis, heterosexual cultural anxiety. It also operates as a form of social control, okay? And so I'm going to finish this section of the talk with a quotation from religious scholar Gillian Frank, and I'm going to read the whole thing out. It's quite big, but I think it's really good and quite important. And in an interview that was just posted this year with trans historian Kristen Williams, he says, "This narrative, which states that disempowered minorities deserve to be disempowered because they are sexually violent, has become a template for conservative activists. It's a pivot away from having to address basic questions of dignity, equality, and enfranchisement by describing a certain group as sexually dangerous, violent, and in need of regulation and policing. To call a group sexually threatening is to justify any regulation and violence inflicted upon them. That's the template. Social equality for marginal groups leads to sexual violence against the dominant group. Therefore, the marginalised group has to remain marginalised.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So if we let black people, gay people, Asian people, trans people, disabled people for that matter, many other groups have more social freedom within Western society.
Remember your intersections, comrades. I fit into four. Disabled. Women. Bisexual. Marxist. Maybe five. Scottish. Mind you. Borders. Social construct.
They're going to pose a sexual threat. And as Williams notices, this is a narrative that's occurred again and again in arguments around threat, also with the feminist movement. You know, the idea of women would come into bathrooms and then young girls would go away and, I don't know, dress in dungarees. And this is the context in which Travis Alabanza, a person with a trans feminine, non-binary body of colour, might be construed as a dangerous sexual threat when they've gone into Topshop to try on dress. So, okay.
They do realise that a good part of non-binary they might be asexual or aromantic. That is possible.
We've got a slightly better understanding of why there's so much concern about trans people in gender toilets and changing rooms. But what about women's officers and women-only lists? Well, for that, we're going to go back to the 1950s. And as you can see, the kind of wave of really dramatic media reportage around trans people is not new. This is the classic headline about Christine Jorgensen, whose transition was a phenomenon in 1952. XGI becomes blonde beauty. Wild transformation story. Operations transform Bronx youth. Okay? So, according to trans historian Susan Stryker, when Jorgensen hit the headlines in 52, her transition attracted more column inches than either the Korean War or the development of the polio vaccine. Right? It was a big deal. So while the trans...
This is good. Lots of headlines. If they're good, obviously, some of them might not be. Well, some of them probably weren't. 50s. What are you gonna do? But polio needs to be up there as well. Polio was brilliant. Nice one.
Movement as we know it today wasn't to come about for several decades. It was from this point on that trans people entered the mass public consciousness more in the West, beyond the United States. And the 50s and 60s also saw the emergence of the so-called second wave of feminism. So how did they respond? Well, it depended. Some of them were really, really happy. So this is a picture of Sandy Stone. She is a trans woman. After doing a bit of time with Jimi Hendrix and other super cool things, she went to work for Olivia Records, who are this pioneering women-only record label in the United States. And they were one of the first times a group of women got together and like, let's produce our own culture and our own art. And because they were lesbian separatists, it was mostly folky singer-songwriting about people they love. But okay, right, trans...
There are some lesbian. Heavy metal. Musicians. Not sure About the 60s. About the 60s. About the 70s. About the 70s. 80s. 80s. Then exploded. In the 2000s. 2000s. Plenty of lesbians are rockers.
People were a part of the feminist movement. But they weren't welcome everywhere, and here is a classic quote from Janice Raymond, from her book, The Transsexual Empire, The Making of the She-Male. All transsexuals rape women's bodies by reducing the female form to an artifact, appropriating this body for themselves. That's quite extreme, okay? And this is the ideological basis for a form of trans exclusionary radical feminism we still see today. So, okay, what's the basis of this argument? Let's give Raymond the benefit of the doubt and see where she's coming from. So, here's an argument that I see time and time again in anywhere from Janice Raymond to Rebecca Riley Cooper at the University of Warwick to someone from the Bristol Times at the weekend who I'm going to quote later. And there's an argument here which ideologically and politically, right, there's a sense to it, okay? You can see where it's coming from. Firstly, there's a sex-gender distinction.
I'll pause it there. Sorry, comrades. I'll be back. better. That's better. That's better. That's better. Shall we? Shall we?
It's the idea that, okay, gender is something social, right? It's imposed by the patriarchy. Gender is the way we express ourselves on the basis of
That's what I'm thinking, Shanna.
Sex, physical, is a material fact, okay? So maybe the way I dress, maybe the fact I've got long hair, maybe the fact I painted my nails, that's to do with my gender, might be female, but body, right? Okay, that's a material fact. Trans people kind of complicate this because you can go, but breasts, but XY chromosomes. Do I have a Y chromosome? No one's done a chromosome test. Okay, but let's assume there's a sex-gender distinction, right? Gender is social, sex is...
There's not enough time to check every I repeat every human on the face of the planet their entire genome. It would take eons. It took them 20 years. Well, the best part of to do the human genome project. They can't do that for all of us. Too many. Plus then we'd have to do our cousins. The great apes. That would take a while. So you can't check our entire genome individually. Seriously. Plus, who would pay for it? Do you see the capitalists doing that? Only if it made line go up. It would. But we wouldn't be happy about it.
Physical. It's the sexual distinctions, the body, that forms the basis of sexist oppression, right? Because the argument is, no one's necessarily oppressing women for what clothes they wear. People are oppressing women because women menstruate, so you can do things like charge them more for sanitary products. And in some societies, kind of like including our society, kind of represent it as dirty, a natural bodily product is dirty. Women give birth, so you can have control over like the technology of birth, you can have control over like rights over children. And girls are raised to be passive and submissive and, kind of like respect the male authority. That's interesting because that sounds like gender. But the argument is, this is in its own way, it's a relatively reasonable argument. The argument is, this is on the basis of the body, right? No one says, okay, we're gonna train this girl to be passive because she wears dresses. No, she wears dresses because she was born a girl and she was raised to be, to be feminine in a particular way. Okay? So...
Yay.
By this logic, trans women cannot possibly be women. Okay? We're not born into so-called female bodies, and we're not raised as girls. And that's the argument that's the basis of Raymond's point, because what trans women are doing in occupying women and occupying womanhood, we're claiming that we've had these experiences when, according to her, we haven't necessarily, and we're disrupting feminism. And also, there's something about a woman's body, perhaps, that is maybe worth reclaiming if you're a radical feminist, and who are we to come along and take it from the perspective of having not dealt with all the shit. Yeah, and then this argument that there's an ideological problem, right? There's a political problem, and then women's experiences are erased. So, queer feminist thinkers such as Judith Butler and Emi Koyama have questioned the distinction between sex and gender and pointed to the social construction of sex as well as gender. And their arguments are that many of our ideas about the nature, capacities and differences between female and male bodies arise from gender stereotypes, right? The body doesn't come first, the sexism comes first. And Koyama points to the insights of black feminist thinkers such as the Combahee River Collective to note that sex and gender have been constructed differently for groups that are racialized differently in white Western discourses, and we're back to Snorton's points. And this is exactly what we saw in his work. And the important thing to bear in mind with trans women is that we are subject to sexism. If I walk down the street, someone might perceive me as a woman. We are subject to sexual violence and abuse, not just in the same way as women, but arguably more so than women, because we're experiencing abuse for being women, and then that's compounded by our being trans. Recent research from such as the Stonewall Trans Report reinforces this. And this also applies to trans feminine people who might not necessarily identify as trans women, because it's about how the body is moving through the world and perceived as feminine, rather than necessarily about the actual felt gender of a person. So here's a proposal from myself about how we could think about this differently. I like talking about moving through the world as a woman, moving through the world as feminine. So when I'm talking about this, when I'm talking about moving through the world as a woman, what I mean is my body is perceived as female, and so I am subjected to sexism. This is both external sexism in terms of how people treat me, but if I hadn't came out yet and I was still in what might be referred to, if you're really blunt and haven't thought about things, as a male body, I'm still moving through the world as a woman insofar as I'm internalizing sexist discourses and applying them to myself. And research has found time and time again with trans women that we do, before we come out, internalize sexist discourses because we're fitting ourselves into artificial category A rather than artificial category B. So while gender might not be real, it's socially real. We feel it is real, we experience it as real, even if there's nothing about it in the world.
because it's socially reinforced quite vigorously by Egypt's tools, numpties, and ghouls, and utter monsters. So yeah, these things are reinforced.
Similarly, you can move through the world as feminine. Behaviour that's non-masculine is marginalised, as we've seen through Honcasalo's work on eugenics, and it's subject to sexism and possibly homophobia. And if you move through the world as gender non-conforming, if your body challenges social norms, you face the same problems, and you might be subject to transphobia. And as we've seen, this can be compounded by racism, by ableism, and indeed, if you're gender non-conforming, by sexism if you're perceived as feminine. And this is where Lily Madigan comes in. The argument is she shouldn't be occupying a woman's position because she's not really a woman, she hasn't experienced life as a woman. The language of identifying as a woman is trying to recognise that actually she does experience woman, she moves through the world as a woman. And that's where the dispute lies. So, okay, great. That's maybe some more historical background. So what's going on with the Gender Recognition Act? Well, this is like the final piece of the puzzle, okay? What's currently in place is the Gender Recognition Act 2004. This already means that distinctions between man and woman, female and male have been broken down in law. It's already happened because the UK law, unlike previous laws in countries such as Norway, doesn't require you to have surgery necessarily. The actual complications of what actually happens with the gender clinics is another matter for which you should read my book. One plug. So what Stephen Whitson and Lewis Turner had to say about it in 2007, well before this fuss blew up, what it means to be legally recognised as a man and woman has now been redefined, as it is not based on the body or biology. That's UK law, everybody. Professor Stephen Whittle, Professor of Law, Manchester Metropolitan University. And there are now legally, quote, men with vaginas and women with penises. So, okay, this has already happened. Why is the big fuss happening in the media now? I never thought I'd quote Theresa May in the lecture. So, this was fascinating. This was in the summer. You had someone who previously voted for Section 28, which banned the so-called promotion of homosexuality in schools, saying that we've laid out plans to reform the Gender Recognition Act, streamlining and demedicalising the process for changing gender because being trans is not an illness. That's weird. Where did that come from? You know, everything comes back to this.
Little tangent. I voted Remain because I didn't want these fucking idiots in charge of it. And look. Super hubby. Voted to leave because he wanted chaos. Victory for him. He likes stirring. Christ. Seriously. I am married to a contrarian. Help me. I wanted to leave, but I wanted to leave in the right way. And these guys won't only do that. Obviously. Man frog. Enough said.
Speculation. I would say educated guesses. What's going to be really interested in how much of this comes out in the next few years is what actually happened.
Yeah.
So what I'm speculating, and what a lot of trans people who watch the news quite closely have speculated, is that Theresa May's government needed a distraction. The previous government, the coalition government, brought forward gay marriage, saying, you know what, we're liberal, we're inclusive, we're groovy, gay people can get married.
No, you're not. You're Tories.
Theresa May needs this desperately. She just blew away her majority. So, okay, what we're going to have is we're going to have a groovy piece of legislation.
Quite spectacularly. Bad idea. Calling that election. Who'd have thunk it? And all the while, Bojo plotting in the background.
To show we're down with the kids, and hopefully they'll forget about the elephant in the room, right? The idea is that it's going to be easy.
Good point.
Additional speculation, I've heard this from some Scottish activists. Ruth Davidson, leader of the Scottish Conservatives.
A lesbian.
Now, up and coming if you're a Tory. Right? She's gay. She might feel a little uncomfortable about all this homophobic stuff, particularly with the Democratic Unionist Party propping up the Conservatives. So maybe we have a DUP. Davidson needs to keep her reputation as like a big groovy liberal who's down with all the civil rights things and down with the kids herself. What do the kids all want in Scotland? Well, maybe not, but okay, self-declaration. It's not a coincidence that it's going ahead and the Scottish Government are consulting on it when the UK Government hasn't yet. And a final complication,
Okay. I know what she's going on to now. This bit pisses me off. I hate the Westminster government for what they're about to do with us back then. Scum, obviously.
this would suggest it would go really well. What they didn't realise is you had all of the histories of moral panics over gendered bodies, and you had all of the radical feminists who have been getting increasingly annoyed, the ones who don't like trans people, which is why we use the term trans-exclusionary radical feminists to differentiate them from the radical feminists who aren't so bothered about trans people.
Feminists like
And
me.
it seemed like it might be easy. However, what you've now got is you have people such as David Davis who do want Brexit, but want to kind of set themselves up against Theresa May, maybe get rid of her, maybe she's a bit too soft on Brexit. What will we do? We'll upset her legislative agenda. What's her legislative agenda? Well, there's an easy win over trans people. I don't like trans people anyway, because I'm David Davis. Founder of Radio Warwick, everybody.
Excuse me.
He came to Warwick to kind of do some photo op in the mid-noughties when he was running for Conservative leadership back then. He's got it in him. So he comes in and is like, I know, I'm going to pretend I'm a radical feminist, right? This is a man who's already hated feminism. He's always hated feminism. He's always hated LGBT people. He's saying, I'm standing up for lesbians and for women, and I'm going to oppose gender recognition. So we've got these weird alliances. And that's why suddenly the Times are going, wow, we're radical feminists. It's fascinating.
The headlines were stupid.
This was Sunday, probably. Should trans women be banned from women's shelters, changing rooms, and toilets? Where am I going to piss?
Good point.
Here's a quote. So the Bristol Post decided to be even and balanced. So they had a trans woman talking about, I would quite like to be in the public world because I moved through the world as a woman, which is my way of framing it. But they also quoted an anonymous cis woman. And she says, for me, the fight for female equality has not yet been achieved. We have a new enemy that won't allow women to be defined as women anymore. Right? It's the traditional radical feminist argument. It's the transsexual empire. It's a threat to defining womanhood as a political project in order to achieve gender equality, right? I think these changes and others, such as Labour's idea to include trans women on all female shortlists, only serve to silence women, and by extension, cis women. I honestly believe people should be free to choose how they live their lives. It is none of my business. But it becomes my business when trans women say they want to go in women's safe spaces, such as domestic violence shelters, with women. You can see that trans women sort of start off as women, but then by the end of the sentence, we're not women anymore. Women have fought for these spaces for good reason. Yes, I agree. That's why we should have access to them. I had a friend who took her young daughter swimming, and in the women's changing room, she saw the penis of a trans woman undressing. And then she makes a completely inaccurate statement about 85% of trans women not having surgery. No one has good statistics on this, so I don't know where she's pulled it from. And that's what I'm saying about the kind of misrepresentation and use of facts. Now, if that had been a man who'd come in, he'd be addressing for indecent exposure. So the trans woman, who presumably is minding her own business when someone peeks at her genitals, becomes the threat. Why are trans women a threat? We're threatening the reproductive futures of this idea of what a decent person is, and there's all the unspoken eugenicist logics carry on working through. We can't possibly have this young girl thinking it's okay for there to be a non-violent penis in the changing room. Also, why was she looking? So it's this continual idea of threat to womanhood and implicitly white womanhood. So I'm going to finish, hurrah, by letting Lily Madigan and Travis Alabanza speak back figuratively, or I don't know, actually. I'm just going to use their words and just read them out. Lily Madigan, in an article for The Independent, all these decades on, and people are still scared to come out. I knew I was, and not doing so almost killed me. This fear, embarrassment, and shame is still commonplace in the LGBT plus community. Why? Because there's constant fear-mongering in the media. We've made a lot of advancement, but prejudice still exists. And Travis Alabanza calls out who's to blame. What we need from the media is for them to realise that they are also accountable in our well-being, our safety, and our public opinion of us. We need them to stop publishing think pieces about us that are inaccurate, and instead start hiring trans people to write and edit and tell our own stories. We do not need cis gatekeepers in the media telling our story for us. We need authentic, real, diverse, and non-sensationalist trans content in the media. Things that are nuanced, come from us, and for us, informed by our experience. So I'm going to leave it there. Thanks a lot for coming.
Oh God, oh God. Is that loud? Is that loud? Sorry for hurting anyone. Oof, oof. That was a bit long. Not as long as SK's from last night. God, I got knackered. If anyone wants to link to that, you can have it. I streamed for nearly 6 hours. Christ. I love Esky. The Crusader. So much. And his video. The final curtain. About Starmer. Wow. He must have been fucking knackered. I was just kind of weary. Let's have a music break. I think we need it. Yeah. Dear God. Don't get me wrong. I needed to do it. And I said to Sinan. There you go. I gave him my entire stream from last night. I said take your time. And if we need to revise it, I can do that. Let's put it this way. By the time I was finishing up, super happy. I was getting out of bed. It was 4:46 in the morning. Got down to here. There we go. Freedom is a person.
You can fight a war with drones, you can fight a war with loans, you can fight a war with gas or cans of paint. But don't you realize that the game is compromised if you think that this is something that it ain't? We got images of murder that don't manage to disturb an international order that is bordering absurd. And no one gets the freedom they were told that they deserve till they realize that freedom's not a noun. It's a verb, freedom is a verb, something never finished, never done. It's something you must make, it's something you must take, it's something you must constantly become. Well, this weekend revolution, it's a radical inclusion. It's a holiday of popular revolt. It's the social interaction of inconsequential actions, using faces to replace a silent vote. But lower pay and higher rents, another kind of violence, the violence of silence and of greed. It's the violence of feeling your irrelevance, revealing every way in which you never will be freed. It's a verb, an action and an urge, as fertile as the barrel of a gun. And it happens out of need, it's a fire and a seed, and its terrible potential has begun. Well, they'll tell you that your liberty is constantly in jeopardy. It's something you must loyally defend. But isn't it demeaning when your well-intended meanings mean your means will have to justify your ends? So improvise a barricade of furniture cascading as a carnival of helmets in the flood, where the bottles can be filled with either gasoline or lager or detergent that'll wash away your blood. It's a verb, freedom is a verb, something never finished, never done. It's something you can fake, and it's something that'll break if it ain't something that you constantly become. It's a verb, an action and an urge, as fertile as the barrel of a gun. And it happens out of need, it's a fire and a seed, and its terrible potential has begun.
Back in 48, took our homes away. You were uninvited, we were forced to pay. Not anymore, no, not today. Palestine, the land of the brave. Only courage is what remains. This blood runs through my veins. What you think that we're afraid? I'll remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea, with us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years, Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Fast forward the years and you haven't left. Now the world has seen how you made this mess. You need to leave, got the wrong address. This is Palestine, 100%. I promise I'm not backing down. The whole world sees who to blame, and now we'll stand and shout it out. I'll remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea, with us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years, Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that.
Oh Lord,
Thank my dad for that.
protect our land and our home.
That's also my stepdad.
Sees us and just lets us go. But one thing is for sure, you are always there. You are always there.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea, with us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years, Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Okay. This one might be a bit long, but it's worth it. Oops. Tommy. Oh. Damn it. JK. Rolling. 4 years ago now. Wow. Thank you, Full Snake. Much appreciated.
Before we start this video, we want to clearly state three.
This is a good thing. This is a good video. I love Jammy Dodger. He's amazing. He's got Scottish parents. And they are brilliant. Exemplary Scots. I like them.
Things. 1. Biological sex is definitely real. 2. Women's rights and girls' rights definitely need to be protected and fought for, of course. And 3. J.K. Rowling is perfectly entitled to like, support and write whatever she wants. Freedom of speech should be protected.
Trans people and allies don't think otherwise, they agree. At the same time, J.K. Rowling's essay is misleading and damaging to the trans community, and in this video we are going to explain why.
We're doing this to speak to people who may not know much about trans rights, but who are trying to understand why the trans community are so upset about J.K. Rowling's essay. Because honestly, I can see why what she writes looks really reasonable to some people. It is a bloody long video, but if you really want to understand trans people, hopefully you will watch this through, because the essay was really long and there is a lot to say in response.
Before we go through the essay, we want to introduce ourselves and our own biases, because everyone's thoughts are based on their own past experiences. In this case, there's a gender-critical perspective that Rowling supports here, and there's a trans community's perspective perspective. We're going to discuss both sides so you can make up your own mind.
My name is Shaba and I am a cisgender woman. Cisgender is merely an adjective used to describe someone who is not transgender to save time. So instead of saying transgender women and non-transgender women, you can say trans women and cis women. Both of these terms fall under the umbrella of woman, but lots of people think, why are you labelling me as cis? I don't want that label. I didn't agree to be called cis. You're still a woman, see? Still under the umbrella, it's just an extra adjective for you. In the same way that I'm an adult woman, or a brown woman, or an English woman, or a human, or a mammal even, I am a cis woman. It's not something to take offence at, and it's not something that is actually to do with us as cis women. It's so that we can expand the umbrella to also accommodate trans women. I'm also a doctoral researcher in psychology and computer science, where I look at communication and social media, and I'm also in a relationship with Jamie.
My name is Jamie, and for those of you who don't know, I am a transgender man. I came out at 17 years old, and through a combination of private and public healthcare routes, it's taken me to the age of 25 really, nearly 26, to feel like I've finished my own personal transition. So it's about 9 years. I'm still trans, and I will always be trans, is part of my journey, but I'm at a point where my transition is fully baked. I'm also a doctoral researcher in the field of transgender wellbeing and development, and I've been doing this research for around 5 years now. We have done our best to make sure that everything that isn't our personal experiences is cited on sources that are trustworthy and reliable.
We've decided to do this together to give two perspectives.
One as a trans person who is the focus of exclusion by gender critical theory,
and one who, like most gender critical people, is a cis woman, me, and who also wants women's rights, including cisgender women's rights, to be protected.
I too definitely support women's rights. My opinion on J.K. Rowling's piece is that it's misinformed and made up of half-truths from unspecified sources that are packaged into something that does actually sound intelligent and quite reasonable, and this can sway the minds of people who know little about the trans community against them. I too can fully understand why people reading J.K. Rowling's essay without knowing much else might come away feeling negatively or even fearful of trans people.
This isn't to say that J.K. Rowling has done this intentionally or maliciously. We can't comment on
it.
But what we can comment on is the danger of sharing these thoughts on a really large platform without citing any sources and without sharing the full picture. We'll speak about both sides, of course, but just like with the Black Lives Matter movement, it's really important for all of us to take the time to educate ourselves on a variety of experiences to truly understand the importance of what's happening.
We've mentioned gender critical perspective quite a lot. You might have heard of TERF too.
TERF is an acronym that stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. A radical feminist, Viv Smythe, brought this term into use to describe people who were radical feminists who were also trans exclusionary, hence TERF.
She did, however, go on to say that the acronym should perhaps be TES, because many are just transphobic or anti-trans and not actually feminist. A lot of trans exclusionary people find the term TERF to be derogatory, and we're not here to debate on its use today or upset anyone. Just know that references to TERF or TERFery recognise the gender critical perspective that believes that gender identity does not exist, only biological sex. And on this basis, trans women are not women, they're men, because women only have XX chromosomes based on biological sex.
To put it even more simply, I want to make it very clear that gender identity and biological sex are two very separate things, and it's important that you understand the difference of this to understand the conflict between trans exclusionists and the trans community and its allies. Biological sex is what you're physically born as, and it's what the doctor assigns you as when you are born at birth, right? So male or female. There's intersex people too, of course, but trans exclusionists argue that there are a majority of traits that each of these people have that can still assign them into the male or female.
Some of them
bucket.
don't. Some of them
now,
don't.
Here's the kicker that trans exclusionists don't mention. Trans people agree that biological sex exists. They don't dispute this. There are a teeny tiny few, but that's the same as brown people like me saying that there's no race. There are a tiny few. That's not the voice of reason. Trans exclusionists make it sound like it is.
I'm a trans man, and I know that my biological sex, the way I was assigned at birth, was female, and I don't dispute this.
We say biological sex is a real thing. Oh my god, Dad, of course biological sex is a real thing. Can you believe that trans people think that biological sex is not a real thing?
Hang on, we never said that. We know biological sex is a real thing, but we're just saying that gender identity is also a real thing.
Well, biological sex is a real thing.
Yes, and so is gender identity.
But biological sex is a real thing. Trans inclusionists know that biological sex exists. They just also know that gender identity exists as well. For most people in the world, like me, you know you're a woman, like I do up here, and my biological sex is female. It aligns.
But for a small minority of people, they know they're a man, like me, but their bodies don't match, and that's what makes us trans. Trans men are men. Their assigned biological sex is female, but their gender identity is man. Trans women are women. Their assigned biological sex is male, but but their gender identity is woman. And non-binary people are non-binary. Their assigned biological sex could be male or female, but their gender identity doesn't match. Shaba.
Yeah?
If your body suddenly disappeared and you were just a floating head, would you still be a woman?
Yeah.
This is gender identity. Forgetting your internal plumbing, it's what you know you are up here. So why is this important? Some people say J.K. Rowling doesn't even put down gender identity. She's clearly defending the fact that biological sex is real. What's transphobic about that? The reason this is transphobic is not only because of what she's said, it's because of who becomes excluded because of what she's said.
So by saying that biological sex exists, and by not following that up with gender identity also exists, what you're doing is saying that anyone who is assigned biologically female deserves women's rights. That means cis women and trans men. But look at that. Trans women are left out of this bucket because their assigned sex is male, and that's not right because trans women need women's rights too. So women's rights activism has to also believe that gender identity is real, not just biological sex.
Also, trans men don't need women's rights because we're not women, we are men. We need trans rights, but not women's rights.
If you now say, yeah, well, J.K. Rowling says she supports trans women and her saying that biological sex is real doesn't necessarily mean that gender identity isn't real, right? If J.K. Rowling really meant to say that gender identity is real but just forgot to mention that, I am so positive there would have been a follow-up to say, hey, my bad, gender identity is a thing, trans women are women. She didn't do that. What she did instead was write a whole long essay reinforcing that sex is real, disregarding gender identity, misgendering trans women multiple times, and she publicly supports people who are genuinely transphobic.
We'll now go through the J.K. Rowling essay for you point by point and show that every single argument that seems anti-trans has a rebuttal. We'll talk you through the whole truth, not just the half-truths presented in J.K. Rowling's essay, and we'll give you cited sources for our information wherever possible. At the end of this, you are totally free to make up your own mind on where you stand.
She begins by stating it's tricky and that she doesn't mean to add to any toxicity. The sad reality is it has added a lot of toxicity for a lot of people. J.K. Rowling's essay has given support to a large number of people who are transphobic in their views and now believe that they have her backing in making transphobic comments. From people who are flat out transphobic to people who are trying to legalise their transphobia to actual legal policymakers. In addition to this, the world of Harry Potter, which J.K. Rowling is clearly known for, has been a safe space for the LGBT+ community. J.K. Rowling herself added to this inclusive feeling by saying things that were LGBT+ friendly even after the books were published. So ignoring gender identity here causes a lot of pain to the trans community and the allies who dress up as Harry Potter characters, who celebrate pride in this way, who follow the creators avidly, who get tattoos and just celebrate magic, because those stories show us that you shouldn't be discriminated against for an identity that isn't your choice, and that when this happens, the underdogs, the inclusive ones, are supposed to win.
She goes on to say that last December she tweeted support for Maya Forstater, and at this point it's really difficult to argue that J.K. Rowling has good intentions. She's clearly followed this case very strongly, and as a very talented author, she knows how to use words well. She's chosen to use her words to suggest that Maya Forstater had transphobic tweets, and all she wanted was affirmation that a belief that sex is determined by biology is protected by law. This is largely misconstruing the facts of what actually happened. Her transphobic tweets are actually very clearly transphobic. J.K. Rowling makes Maya sound so innocent and like a victim, but this is clearly not the case. She also refused to use the correct pronouns for a colleague, and she was warned that she was creating a hostile work environment for other employees.
She didn't just ask the judge to rule whether sex is determined by biology and that belief is a protected characteristic by law. Maya said it herself. She was asking whether the lack of belief in gender identity, and that's a belief that everyone has a gender identity which should take precedence over sex. That lack of belief in gender identity is what she wants.
Correct, Snake. Correct, Snake. Well said. Well said. Thank you. Thank you. I would wonder where they would put me. I've always wondered that. I know what I am. You can see what I am. And all my glory. Maybe kind of faltering.
Protected. Let me just rephrase this to you in another way so I'm making this really truly clear. I'm going to use an actual example. Jamie.
Hello.
His biological sex was previously female, but his gender identity is as a man. And so, Jamie is seen in society as a man, not as a female, right? But Maya disagrees with this. Maya says that Jamie is not a man at all. He is only female. And Maya believes that her belief in that way is the one that should be protected. Judges make impartial rulings based off of technical rules, and in this case, in 2010, Granger and Nicholson came up with a list of criteria to see whether a belief should be protected. It had 5 points to meet. The judge used these 5 points to see if Maya's lack of belief could be protected, and he said, with regards to point 1 and 2, yes, what she held was indeed a belief. 3, it is to a substantial aspect of life, it's not like a preference in jelly or something, this is serious, this is gender, this is a part of someone's identity. 4, it does have a level of seriousness, again, it's not jelly. But 5, it must be worthy of respect and not be incompatible with human dignity, and not conflict with the fundamental rights of others. Well, I think it's pretty clear that Maya's lack of belief in gender identity fundamentally conflicts with Jamie's rights of having a gender identity and the rights of other trans people. I'm just doing that to illustrate it to you. The judge ruled in fact that he didn't deem Maya's lack of belief worthy of respect in a democratic society.
The judge said that Maya was absolutist in her view on sex. He said if a person has transitioned from male to female and has a GRC, then that person is legally a woman, and that isn't something that Maya is entitled to ignore. Maya's position is that even if a trans woman has a GRC, she cannot honestly describe herself as a woman. That belief is not worthy of respect in a democratic society. You can't treat people with less respect just because you don't agree with them and not face any consequences, especially when they fall under a protected characteristic. Fun fact, Maya is now trying to appeal this judge's decision and has crowdfunded based on this using J.K. Rowling's essay as support. How can you see this and determine that J.K. Rowling has not been anti-trans when this exact piece that she's written is being used to justify transphobia? And not just transphobia, but transphobia that somebody is trying to get protection for in a court of law.
J.K. Rowling continues to say that her interest in trans issues was before Maya's case by about 2 years. She looked at the concept of gender identity closely. She said she'd done a ton of research, seeing trans people, psychologists, doctors. Her interest is professional because she's apparently writing a crime series with a female detective, and it's also personal.
J.K. Rowling doesn't link to anything she's read or give any citations, which makes it really hard to feel assured that she's actually done her research when she just says, I've read some stuff. Especially when most research in the field supports the existence of gender identity and the validity of trans people, and disagrees with the trans exclusionist points that cis women need to fear trans women, or that men pretend to be trans women.
We actually came across a great graphic that says, when you debate a person about something that affects them more than it affects you, remember that it will take a much greater emotional toll on them than on you. For you, it may feel like an academic exercise, but for them, it feels like revealing their pain only to have you dismiss their experience and sometimes their humanity. The fact that you might remain more calm under these circumstances is a consequence of your privilege, not increased objectivity on your part. Stay humble. J.K. Rowling might be fueling her professional interest in the debate on gender identity, but her interest in and subsequent influence over the attitudes towards trans people causes an immense amount of pain and distress to people who are actually trans and who are now having to defend their rights to people who, before Rowling, shared her views, were either neutral or just didn't care. They were oblivious towards trans people's existence. But they're now seeing trans people as a danger and an ideology, and that's not right. If a large group of trans people are telling you that something is wrong, please listen to them.
She goes on to say that whilst researching and learning, she's had accusations and threats from trans activists on Twitter. It started when she accidentally liked a tweet instead of screenshotting something to look at later. People took her like as evidence of wrongthink, and she's been low-level harassed ever since.
You know what? Whether it was an intentional liking or not, J.K. Rowling is perfectly entitled to like, tweet, support, do whatever she wants on that Twitter platform, including supporting trans exclusionist views. And regardless of what someone's views are, and whether you agree with it or not, threats of abuse are absolutely
Isn't it amazing how much this debate has got so much worse in 4 years. Bloody hell. Excuse me.
never okay.
The trans community has valid arguments against trans exclusionist points, but threats really weaken this. And we 100% do not condone this kind of behaviour. However, it's only a minority that act this way, and we can't take that wrong behaviour of the minority and group it onto the majority who do not behave in this way. We've spoken to people who have shared articles saying, oh, look how horrible trans people are being. And there are literal collections of screenshots of trans people or trans allies saying very negative things about J.K. Rowling. Of course, those tweets are not cool, but it's also not cool to collect them and act like this is all that's happening.
In under 5 minutes, I could collate so many horrific screenshots of what trans exclusionists have said to Jamie. He receives these every single day. He's been called so many things.
Delusional, an idiot, a f***ing freak.
And he's gone into periods of genuine depression from feeling super invalidated by people attacking his literal sense of being.
A f***head, a freak show, a Pretend dress-up person, batshit crazy.
When all he wants to do is live and pee in peace.
Insane, a human that ruins America.
I receive it too. I receive verbal sexual assault threats from men for just being with a trans guy, and this is as a cis woman.
A dick, a dishonest, misogynistic, homophobic twerp.
Neither of these sides are innocent.
In all honesty, I've received pretty much no calm responses to my viewpoints from trans exclusionists. Instead, I receive a torrent of hate, shouting, and illogical attempts to belittle me and invalidate my gender. I personally have not thrown threats anyone's way. I simply rebut points with
Okay. Yeah. I came up against that as well. That's how we met one of my friends. Merchant City pub here in Glasgow. They had the disabled one who was getting used. Fine with that. Then you go downstairs. You've got the three sets. They're really nice. I use the ladies when it's not busy. We went to see an act. The pub was busy. So the ladies was stowed. The non-binary or that one had one person in it. A lovely person called Monica. She's lovely. She was wearing the most gorgeous red silken dress. It was just slightly higher than the spar bit. Maybe up. Just below the collarbones. Right down to the ankle. Gorgeous. And a redhead. Seriously. Gorgeous.
Facts, and I explain why they're wrong as a trans person standing up for trans rights. And based on the back of Rowling's words and other people encouraging these views, I have received so much hate. Thankfully more support, but the hate has truly been vile. So yes, JK Rowling, I feel your persistent low level of harassment. I can genuinely say I experience this on a daily basis.
But no one can justify their transphobic views by saying that trans people and trans allies are being mean. People on both sides are mean, and regardless, if you've said that gender identity doesn't exist and someone calls you a bad word, you're still saying that gender identity doesn't exist. She says months later she followed Magdalene Burns, an immensely brave young feminist and lesbian dying of an aggressive brain tumour, who she wanted to contact and did. She said Magdalene was a believer of the importance of biological sex, and that because of following her, J.K. Rowling experienced greater abuse on social media.
Just like J.K. Rowling's description of Maya Forstater, to describe Magdalene Burns in this way is very misrepresentative. Magdalene Burns has sadly passed away, and despite her views, she was still a human being. But there is no avoiding the fact that Magdalene Burns did not have the gentle and unoffensive views that Rowling described her as having. Burns called trans people perverts, misgendered them, and fundamentally believed that trans women were men. So to paint her as someone who just had a very gentle-sounding belief is wrong.
J.K. Rowling says she mentions this because she knew what would happen when supporting Maya. Violent threats, being told she's literally killing people with her hate, to trying, and to have her books burned.
Again, threats of violence are never okay from either side. And saying that she's literally killing thousands of people with her hate is an exaggeration. But there's an element of truth that this hate, that come from gender-critical views that this essay supports, can cause these levels of hurt. Remember, J.K. Rowling's essay is already being used as a way to justify the restriction of trans rights. These bills not only practically affect trans people, they also fuel horribly transphobic people to harass trans people within society, and reaffirm the negative views that can lead to self-harm and sometimes worse. So we really shouldn't ignore the impact of powerful words from a powerful platform. I genuinely don't think Rowling realises the damage that she has caused.
She says she didn't expect all the emails and letters that came showering down, the majority of which were positive, grateful and supportive. These letters came from a cross-section of kind, empathetic and intelligent people, some who work with gender dysphoria and trans people, and all of who are concerned with how a concept is influencing politics, medical practice and safeguarding.
Who are these people in the field of gender dysphoria? Having studied this field for 5 years now, I know the literature quite well, and I know of many academics like Ken Zucker, for example, who are in the field of gender dysphoria, but who are also very transphobic. Zucker is believed to have conducted a type of conversion therapy on trans kids, and just in 2017 compared trans kids to dogs eating dog food.
J.K. Rowling also says that these people are worried about dangers to young people, gay people, eroding women's rights, and that a climate of fear serves no one, let alone trans youth, well. Now this sounds really scary, but really what are the dangers? What rights of women are actually being eroded by the inclusion of trans women? I cannot think of a single right that is removed from me, a cisgender woman, by including trans women. Trans exclusionists would normally jump in at this point and say, oh, but what about women-only spaces? J.K. Rowling actually mentions this herself later on, and we will get onto that, but she is right though. The climate of fear serves absolutely nobody. This fear against trans people and trans women in particular is completely unjustified. And people who had no opinion really on the trans community, on trans women, and who were just wanting to get on with their lives, and who were letting trans people do the same, now see trans women as a danger.
If you really want to know what negatively impacts trans well-being, including trans youth, here are some facts for you. Attitudes towards trans people are more negative than towards LGB cis people, and trans people are subjected to anti-trans prejudice and social stigma. Trans people are at a greatly increased risk of suicide, but early referrals to gender clinics reduce this suicide risk. Trans people also have poorer well-being compared to cis people. Misgendering trans people leads to increased depression and felt stigma. The amount of misgendering and stigma that I have seen flying around in the wake of Rowling's essay is incredibly sad, and this is literally the type of behaviour that negatively impacts trans people's well-being.
She said she stepped away from Twitter as it wasn't helping her mental health, preach, and that she's now returned to share a free children's book during the pandemic. That is awesome. What an incredible resource for kids. She also says that activists swarmed, policing her free speech and calling her hateful slurs.
I'm a trans woman. I'm a trans woman. No. I'm a cis woman. I'm a cis woman, and I'm bigger. I'm a lot broader. I'm taller than both my sisters. I'm not taller than my niece. She's 6 foot. Her biological dad was tall, like her granddad. So both our granddads, actually. Her biological granddad, my dad. He was tall. So she's 6 foot. She towers over all of us. I'm 5'8". My middle sister, 5'7". My youngest sister, 5'6" and a half. I've taken after my dad. Even though I've got turners. I'm still classified as Turner's syndrome. If you want to look it up. But I'm sure if I was born with everything, I might have been over 6 foot. And I can't imagine that. I think that's why I wore heels for a while. But I'm broad. Got very white hips. And huge thighs. Big boobage. Granny. Mum gran. Mum. She was big. Boobage. But short. Take a weight.
And a TERF.
And again, hate is not okay and freedom of speech is allowed. But I and many other trans people experience unjustifiable hate from trans exclusionists every day.
She goes on to define TERF, which you know about from the beginning of this video, and she says that lots of women are called this when most are not even radical feminists.
This is true, most people are just trans haters with no sensible agenda. It's why we're trying not to call people TERFs, but trans exclusionists.
She gives examples of TERFs, including a mother of a gay child who is scared their child will transition to escape homophobic bullying.
Now again, this isn't cited. And if someone was gay and used this as the sole reason to transition, they wouldn't be given the go-ahead at a gender clinic. What has been shown in peer-reviewed peer-reviewed studies is that trans people are viewed much more negatively than cis LGB people. Think about it though, do you really think that generally trans people face less bullying and harassment than cis LGB people? The thought that someone would transition to get away from discrimination does not match with what the research shows.
J.K. Rowling gives another example as well. She says there's an unfeminist older lady who's vowed never to visit Marks and Spencer's again because they're allowing any man who says they identify as a woman into the women's changing rooms. M&S shared earlier this year that they're changing the policies of their changing rooms, to allow people to enter the changing rooms based on their identity. So trans women can use a woman's changing room because they are women, not because they are men who identify as women. J.K. Rowling saying this is one, gaslighting because they're not men, they're women. And two, it's transphobic because J.K. Rowling is saying here that these women identifying people are men, and that is discriminatory. The truth is, you can protect cis women rights and trans rights simultaneously.
Baroness Nicholson, who is a peer in the House of Lords in the UK and is also very transphobic, she called trans women activist Monroe Bergdorf a weird creature and actually misgendered her. Nicholson tried to tell the chairman of M&S, Archie Norman, that allowing trans women, or men in Nicholson's eyes, to use female changing rooms makes it unsafe for women and allows for voyeuring. Archie responded with something really important, and it's a point we would love for you to remember. Theoretical arguments sound scary, but in practice there are simple solutions to the worries that trans exclusionists have. Archie reassured Baroness Nicholson that M&S fitting rooms provide secure and private spaces, with individual, lockable cubicles.
That's why I like M&S. They're wooden, they're quite sturdy, and you can lock them. And they're huge. And they're big inside. Which is good. For broader women, think me, and a seat, which is good, and five hooks, so you can take in good for your outfits. I like. Mind you in saying that, been a while. I mostly order my clothes online now. I really should go to the shops more often. Might get a bargain.
Practical solutions, so easy everybody is happy.
Do you see how M&S were trying to do a really progressive thing and just try and accommodate trans people who really honestly just wanted to try on clothes and feel validated in them? Do you see how Baroness Nicholson made it sound super scary that actual men were going to come in and peer at women? Do you see how in practice this isn't actually a concern because all of the changing rooms are individual and locked? Do you also see that trans women can also be the victims of people voyeuring or peeking, and that cis women can also be the ones doing the peeking? And that means that this worry exists regardless of trans women.
Trans exclusion arguments are based on fear, and J.K. Rowling has bought into this fear. But in practice, this is truly an unfounded fear. And even though these fears are unfounded, it's easy to resolve them with individual spaces. In this whole point from J.K. Rowling, it doesn't reference trans women, but men pretending to be women, of which there is no evidence of it happening. Do you know what does happen often though? Which makes trans exclusionists significantly less feminist? Policing who uses a gendered space based on appearance, and whether someone is arbitrarily judged as being trans or not, is not just wrong, it also leads to both trans and cis women being
Give me a second. Who was that? Oh no. Delightful. I'll be back in a minute. Fantastic. Fantastic. 5 police patrol car. 2 vans. Breaking their way into Masonette. Across the road. Must be a drug raid. Brilliant. Thought here. I heard something loud, and was wondering. So 3 o'clock in the morning. Sorry about that.
Rejected from women's spaces. Because what happens is women who are tall or more masculine looking or sounding, you can be a cis or trans woman and still have any of these traits. These women are gonna be rejected from women's spaces. It's already happening that cis women who are being judged as being more masculine are being questioned over their rights to be in a woman's toilets. One cis woman was even sent to a men's jail simply because she was taking estrogen pills, and they assumed she was a trans woman because of this.
J.K. Rowling ends this section by saying that ironically, radical feminists aren't even trans exclusionary because they include trans men in their feminism because they were born women. This is a really odd statement, and actually it shows to me that J.K. Rowling doesn't know what she's talking about and she's just entirely misguided. Most trans exclusionists actually ignore the concept of trans men entirely, and the reason for that is because those that do include them contradict their own arguments.
If you include trans men in your feminism, you're essentially saying trans men are women, and that you would be happy for trans men like me to use women's changing rooms and toilets. This is something that would be incredibly uncomfortable for me and you.
Then you're really allowing easy access for men into women's spaces. And that's the case even if you don't accept that Jamie is a man, because if a trans man, like Jamie, with a beard and penis and balls, right, can go into a women's toilets, and that is deemed okay because his biological sex was female, what is to stop a cis man from doing the same?
If you then say that trans people only post-genital surgery can use the correct toilets for their gender, how on earth would you propose this was enforced? Are you going to hire somebody to stand outside every single public toilet and changing rooms to carry out genital checks?
Trans women, like all women, should be allowed into women's own spaces, like changing rooms, because they too should also be included in feminism and protected within women's rights. Black women, trans women, gay women, every single woman. It doesn't mean that every single woman needs the exact same things, but it does mean that trans women can be included and should be included without impeding any rights of cisgender women. This same argument to not include trans women was also used to exclude black women from white women only spaces and lesbian women from straight women only spaces. People used to think that black women and lesbians would attack white women and straight women. This, the trans exclusionist argument, is just history repeating itself, except the women being targeted against is changed. She then goes on to say that TERF accusations intimidate people and organisations that she once admired who now cower and feel scared by saying things like, they'll say I hate trans people.
We haven't seen these. What we have seen is organisations and institutions actively accepting trans people more. Not out of fear, but out of realising that trans people should be accepted because it's the right thing to do, and they are therefore shunning trans exclusionist rhetoric due to its anti-trans nature. Often these companies get a lot of hate for supporting the trans community, but they do it anyway, and I think that's really admirable.
She says, speaking as a biological woman, people in power need to grow a pair, and then talks about clownfish.
No one is claiming that anybody can literally grow a pair of testicles. I mean, I wish that was true. But good job again trying to make trans people look crazy.
She then says she has 5 reasons to worry about new trans activism and is speaking up. Her first point is that she gives to charities that emphasise women and children's fights, female prisoners and survivors of abuse.
Trans people and allies agree. We do. We also, funnily enough, support these rights. The difference is trans inclusionary views expand the definition of women to include not just cis women, but trans women too. But also, trans women deserve and need protection as women. The murder and violence rate against trans women is astronomical.
Transgender and cisgender are adjectives, like tall and short. Just because a woman is transgender doesn't mean that she should be denied the protections of a woman, just like a short woman shouldn't be denied the same protection and rights as a tall woman. And basing the definition of woman on gender identity instead of biological sex doesn't erase the experiences of cis women like me at all. If you're a cis woman, your gender identity is that of a woman anyway. So you still get the rights that trans women get. Trans women just get them too.
Sure, there are differences, and some aspects of feminist discussions won't include trans women, in the same way that they might not include cis women who have had a hysterectomy, or an intersex woman who has internal testes instead of ovaries. This is when the trans exclusionists say, but what about the predators who protect pretend to be women. Put very simply, these people are not trans women. They are not women. This is a separate issue, and just because some bad people might choose to use trans women as a scapegoat, it does not mean that trans women as a whole group should be penalised. Predators and trans women are separate, and separate issues that people really need to stop conflating.
We don't say that all Muslims are terrorists just because a few Muslims happen to carry out these very tragic acts. We also don't say that all white men are serial killers just because a few people happen to be. The uproar would be phenomenal. So why is it suddenly okay to assume that all trans women are just men pretending to be women who have malicious intentions towards women? If you spend any substantial time with trans people in real life, you will know that they just want to live normally, like me, a cis person.
Trans exclusionists who aren't convinced will bring up at this point the 1 or 2 examples of trans women who have done bad things. You're never going to have a group in society where everybody is perfect and none of them do anything wrong. The 2 cases of bad trans people against the estimated 1.5 million trans people in the EU alone is such a tiny percentage. Just like a majority of cis women are not dangerous, a majority of trans women are not either.
So now that we've shown you that you can't eliminate an entire population based on just a few stupid people, what about the genuine men who are actually pretending to be women in order to get into women-only spaces? What trans exclusionists don't tell you is that the Equalities Act that protects gender reassignment already has an exception in place to deny trans women of help from women-only safe spaces like refuges. That actually exists. In addition to this, a Scottish Government literature cert looked at over 100 peer-reviewed research papers last November, specifically on these issues of trans inclusion. They found that domestic and sexual violence services support trans women using these women-only safe spaces. 12 regulatory bodies that govern these all over Great Britain were asked, and not a single one of them has ever had to use that exception to exclude a trans person. They didn't need to. The same government review found that there was no evidence whatsoever to support the idea that including trans women in women-only safe spaces leads to cisgender men pretending to be women inciting violence. There is no evidence of that. And 2 other papers have also shown that there is no evidence to support this fear. This is grounded, peer-reviewed, legitimate research.
And the literal bodies that run these safe spaces have said that even if reforms to the Gender Recognition Act happen, the way they deal with men posing as women would not change, because their existing risk...
The history of clothes sizing is crazy. It was mostly to keep women constrained. Who'd have thunk it? I wonder who came up with that.
Assessments safeguard against this already. So again, trans exclusionists are creating a fear that does not exist. You can read the whole research review yourself, it's fantastic.
We're also forgetting here that if predators really wanted to invade women-only safe spaces, they can dress up as janitors, repairmen. They don't even have to dress up. When was the last time that you checked and saw someone standing there at a changing room or a toilet? And on top of that, the most ludicrous thing is if you push trans women out of women-only spaces, that means that you're pushing trans men, because of the biological female argument, into them.
Rowling's second point is that some diseases such as MS behave differently in men and women, and trans activism impacts these because it erodes the legal definition of sex and replaces it with gender. It's true that medical diseases and their treatment can behave differently depending on chromosomes and biology, but again, trans people don't dispute this. Being trans is treated medically. Doctors and trans people know what's needed. I know that if I had MS, the fact that I was assigned biologically female before will have to be considered, and this will be done between me and my doctor. Trans people aren't eroding the definition of sex. They're just saying that in terms of rights and their recognition in society, that should be based on gender. No erosion. This is again more fear-mongering based on false information.
She says the second reason she's worried about what she calls new trans activism is that as an ex-teacher and a founder of a children's charity, she has concerns about the effect the trans rights movement has on both.
What effects? What does this mean? As a doctoral researcher specialising in trans research, I also have a professional interest in trans people and knowledge. I have deep concerns that J.K. Rowling's worries are unfounded. She's trying to suggest that trans rights are a danger to safeguarding and education in schools, but gives no reasoning or information to back this up, because it's not true.
Her third point is that she's interested in freedom of speech and defending it, and you know what? So am I.
And so am I.
You have every right to speak out against transgender people. people, but you can't expect them to not want to speak out against you too. Freedom of speech
Correct,
is not
correct.
freedom of consequence. Use your freedom of speech, sure, but if you use it to lie about trans people and to generate fear, you're gonna get called out for it.
It's also not the strongest standpoint to be championing freedom of speech in a blog post where you disable comments, and also disable replies on tweets that you write on the matter. We are here as a trans person and an ally, actively encouraging everyone to have a sensible discussion on this matter. You are there not allowing people to respond, and yet you're saying one of the reasons you're afraid of trans activism is protecting free speech.
The fourth reason she uses for being concerned is the huge explosion in young women who wish to transition. This is also false, and to be honest, quite misleading. Wishing to transition makes it sound like a voluntary desire. I wish I had equal boobs. I wish I was 5 inches taller.
I wish I had curlier hair, but I didn't wish to transition, I needed to. It wasn't a wish, it wasn't a choice, it was a massive life-altering thing that I had to do. If I could have avoided doing this, I would have. The point we're making is that it's a big deal for anyone who finally comes across the term transgender to go, wow, this actually describes me. I can finally live my life the way I need to. Thanks to technology, this can happen because the word transgender is being seen more by the people who need it. And so of course, if technology means that people like me can share our stories, more people will realise that they too are trans and can identify that way. J.K. Rowling also says there's increased numbers of detransitioners, sometimes after taking irreversible steps. Again, no citations. The detransition rate is actually really low. Who's right? You decide. Look at the facts.
Do you know how many people as a percentage detransition? 0.5%. 0.5%. Does this sound like a lot to you? Falsified media reports do exactly what J.K. Rowling is doing right here. They are inflating statistics and sensationalizing, and it is not okay. Did you also know that in a study of over 2,000 people in the UK, over 83% of people said that they regretted plastic surgery? 83%! That's significantly higher than the 0.5% who detransition. Does that mean we should stop people from getting plastic surgery then?
She finishes here by saying that some decide to transition after realising that they're same-sex attracted, and that their transition was driven by homophobia. We've already addressed that there is more significant transphobia than homophobia. Even within the LGBT+ community, there's an entire alliance created against trans people for LGBT cis people.
J.K. Rowling says that most people weren't aware that 10 years ago most people transitioning were biologically male, but now that ratio has reversed, and that there's a 4,400% increase in girls being referred for transitioning treatment.
It's important to note here that referrals are not just for medical transition-related treatment. It's to gender specialist clinics where people receive care and checks. And there are many people that aren't actually transgender and they just needed these services because they were questioning. And if lots of people are referred and see a specialist...
Yeah. The transition rate is minuscule. Doesn't really happen. I think it's 1.2 in the States. Larger population. But here, low as fuck. Yeah. Christina. Literally, low as fuck. So this detransition talking point that a lot of them use pointless. Hardly happens. And it's getting banned wide scale in your country. Dear God. I feel for you. I love my trans allies. I really do. And I want all the best for them. Them. Him. Her. So girl.
and then realise that transitioning isn't right for them, that's not detransitioning. That's just going through a process to confirm your gender identity, and there's no harm in that. You don't just walk into a clinic 2 days after having thoughts that you might be trans, and then walk away with a prescription for hormones and a referral for irreversible surgery. It's a very long process with a lot of waiting and a lot of hoops to jump through. Just ask trans people, we know. It's taken me to the age of 25 really, nearly 26, to feel like I've finished my own personal transition. So it's about 9 years. Young people experience even more rigorous checks. In the UK, people under 16 do not receive hormones on the NHS, and no one under 18 has surgery. So not only is this higher referral rate partly a reflection that not everybody using the services is trans, and that's something that is fine, but it also reflects the fact that our population is increasing, and reflects the fact that more people are able to realise they are transgender from a younger age because being trans is spoken about more within society. And that's not a bad thing.
J.K. Rowling goes on to say that autistic girls are overrepresented. It's a very low blow and somewhat ableist to imply that people with autism can't be knowledgeable on their own identities. She again also didn't cite this and is seeming to try to imply that maybe autistic people transition more. I don't know.
We actually found a paper that looked at this. The paper itself stated that this research is very preliminary and that the scale they used artificially increases autistic traits in trans people, and that they only look at autism in trans people.
Yes,
Again, you can
yes.
make up your own mind on this. We have linked the paper.
She goes on to say that this is also seen in the US and that in 2018 Lisa Littman explored this.
Oh God,
Littman
oh
found
God.
parents who were describing an unusual pattern of trans identification and that we should consider social contagion and peer influences as factors for transitioning. Her papers caused a furore because Littman was accused of bias and spreading misinformation. She was subjected to a tsunami of abuse and a campaign to discredit her and her work. But she suffered as Maya did because she dared to challenge a person's gender identity is innate, like sexual orientation, and that nobody, activist says, can be persuaded into being trans. Whew. That was a long one.
This again sounds so innocent on the part of Littman, and yet again is misinformation. Rapid onset gender dysphoria was theorised and published by Lisa Littman, and has been widely rejected by the scientific community, with even people in her own department calling her methods flawed and below scientific standards. One huge flaw is that trans people themselves were not asked anything in her research. Of course parents are going to be more likely to report feelings that things were sudden. It's something that a lot of kids have to hide until they are ready to come out, and parents won't know this. Shaba,
Oh yeah?
did you know that all brown people hate ducks?
What?
It's true. This research asked a small amount of friends of brown people, and that's what they said they saw. Hey, it's scientific research.
Do you see how silly that sounds? You can't even begin to assume that something comes on rapidly for a group of people when you don't actually speak directly to them. No health professionals were included in this either.
Imagine getting a couple hundred parents, many who are struggling to accept that their child is transgender because it's a difficult thing to come to terms with, but also because Littman used a biased recruitment method by posting her survey on anti-trans websites. And from these responses alone, she determined that being trans was socially contagious. The leaps made in this study are astounding.
Even the literal World Professional Association for Transgender Health has stated that rapid onset gender dysphoria is not recognised by any professional association, and they've warned against the use of official sounding labels and acronyms that just, quite frankly, are premature and inappropriate.
This paper has caused so much damage, and it scares people into thinking children go on YouTube and suddenly become transgender. Trust me, trans people are the last ones to try and make others live as a gender that they are not, and I would never encourage somebody to be trans if they were not trans.
She goes on to say that trans activists argue if you don't let a gender dysphoric teen transition that they'll kill themselves. A psychiatrist who resigned from Tavistock stated that claims do not align substantially with robust data of studies, nor cases he has encountered over decades as a psychotherapist.
The argument is that not allowing trans people to transition can lead to an increased risk of suicide and scientifically poorer well-being. Both of these claims have been substantiated by a healthy body of peer-reviewed research. You have one doctor making a sweeping statement versus a large body of verified research. You decide what to believe.
J.K. Rowling further says that young trans men reveal notably sensitive and clever people, and that their accounts of anxiety, dissociation, eating disorder, self-harm, self-hatred made her question if she too might have tried to transition. The allure of escaping womanhood would have been huge. She had severe OCD as a teenager, and if she'd found a community online that was sympathetic, she could have been persuaded to turn herself into the son that her father openly said he preferred. J.K. Rowling is insinuating here that she would have been persuaded to escape womanhood, and that OCD could lead to you being trans.
Trans men, like me, did not transition to escape womanhood. There's no justification or reason. It's not something that I strategically chose. I am a man, and I knew this before I even heard the word trans. It's not something I chose to be. It's something I knew I was when I found the right words. J.K. Rowling making it sound like transitioning is an easy option to escape womanhood is incredibly disrespectful. And it's actually where trans exclusionist logic really falls apart. If trans men transition to escape womanhood, right, why are there trans women? Why would people who have male privilege choose to give that up?
Then trans exclusionists say, well, trans women are just gay men trying to escape homophobia. Well, we've already shown you that actually transphobia is far more rife and damaging than homophobia. But if that's not enough for you, we'll pose something else. Why are there trans women then who also identify as a lesbian? This is someone who has transitioned away from male privilege and straight privilege and is now subjecting themselves to transphobia and homophobia at the same time. Why do these people do it?
It's because it's not a choice. Gender identity is what you are, and saying otherwise is transphobic, not feminist. This argument is incredibly weak. Saying that trans people transition to gain certain privileges or get away from certain discriminations makes zero sense, and can only ever be used for one trans group at a time, otherwise it crumbles.
Anti-trans narrative constantly contradicts itself, which is why it's so illogical. Honestly, it'd be so much easier if you just said that you were bigoted towards trans people.
I, for example, get called a misogynistic mansplainer. Trans exclusionists clearly recognise me as a man to call me a mansplainer. But then I get told by the same people that I'm a woman because I used to experience periods and men can't do this. So what is it? Am I a period-having woman or a mansplaining man? I also simultaneously get called homophobic by trans exclusionists, and by the same group I'm called a lesbian because I'm in a relationship with a cis woman. So what am I, a lesbian or a homophobe?
You need to either accept that Jamie is a man if you want to call him misogynistic and say that he's mansplaining it to you, or accept that you're transphobic in calling him a woman, but then if he's a woman, should you really be silencing him on topics that are about feminism? She then goes on to say she remembers how mentally sexless she felt in her youth. Using Simone de Beauvoir's words, it's perfectly natural for future women to feel indignant at the limitations posed upon her by her sex, etc., etc.
Her narrative seems to be that disliking being a woman means that you could be a man if the opportunity's there. That's not what it means to be transgender. People who feel like that don't transition, and if they do, they are part of that very tiny 0.5% that detransition. And they go through lots of questioning and processes to try and...
If you need your sleep, go and get it. Go and get it. I tell you. Do it. I always love having you here. Flu Snake. You and Scrippy have given me so much. I love both of you. But if you need your sleep, go and get it.
Avoid this. She also picked out particular quotes of Simone de Beauvoir, but Laura Jane Grace perfectly encapsulated the cherry-picking of information by sharing this quote by Simone: "One is not born, but rather becomes a woman."
J.K. Rowling says there's no realistic possibility of becoming a man in the 80s. This is also misleading. People did transition in the 80s and for many decades before that. Transgender people have existed long before J.K. Rowling and trans exclusionists and you and I ever existed or came onto this earth. They were so shunned and disregarded that they had to live in secret. The truth is there was a realistic possibility to transition in the 80s, and doing so brought about a lot of judgment, and people did. She goes on to say she fortunately found a sense of otherness and support in female artists who said it's okay to feel confused, dark, sexual and non-sexual, and unsure of what or who you are.
This is great that she found support, but trans rights are really not trying to undermine women's rights, and trying to connect invisible dots between trans men transitioning and women receiving scrutiny and judgment is not moral or factual. Women's rights still have a way to go to get the recognition and respect deserved in society. We wholeheartedly believe this. But this really won't be achieved any quicker by throwing trans people under the bus. You can fight for women's rights and trans rights at the same time, and sometimes these do overlap. Trans women are women and therefore need trans rights and women's rights. Another important thing to note here is the use of the term female bodies, because this excludes trans women and implies that all trans men face sexism based on their birth sex. Being a woman is not simply having a vagina or periods or XX chromosomes. Lots of women don't have some of these things, and it doesn't make them any less of a woman. These factors can be part of a woman, but it's not the only thing. And I, as someone with XX chromosomes, and who used to have periods, receive none of the discrimination that women face. But J.K. Rowling's generalization of female bodies includes me in this when I shouldn't be included.
Trans women live as women in society. When women are catcalled in a street, nobody knows what their genitals look like. When women are passed over for a promotion or paid less than their male colleagues, nobody knows if they have periods. When women are harassed or abused or intimidated by men, their abusers don't check to see if they have XX chromosomes first. Fighting for trans women to be included in women's rights does not erase cis women's experiences, like the fact that tampon tax happens or that female genital mutilation exists. These are of course still issues that need addressing, and you know what? Trans women will support this too, but feminism is needed for more than just genitals, and basing women's rights on just genitals is degrading to all women, not just trans women. Of course, genitals are a part of it, but it is not the whole story. She goes on to say that transitioning is a solution for some gender dysphoric
Or
people.
lack of gender
Studies
genitals.
show 60 to 90% of dysphoric teens grow out of dysphoria.
The reality is that research into this has had their methods and data questioned. These studies were also into prepubescent children, not teenagers. And there are findings that if gender dysphoria continues into early puberty, it's almost certainly permanent. Yes, not all kids who show dysphoric symptoms in childhood will show them in adulthood. This isn't news, but if you're stating these percentages, you can't ignore the age of kids when this is found, and the many critiques of the studies that find a higher rate of growing out of gender dysphoria. It's also important to highlight that access to any kind of medical or permanent treatment is either difficult to get or downright just not available to children. No actual child will be put on hormones or have any type of surgery. Some kids might receive puberty blockers, but this is really quite rare in places like the UK, and it also doesn't make any permanent changes. More research is looking into this too. The process of getting to the stage of receiving this kind of treatment is also so long, with wait lists and multiple assessments from multiple counsellors and gender specialist doctors.
This is yet another example of J.K. Rowling wildly over-exaggerating the facts, as well as only telling the half-truth that makes everything sound big, scary, and like it needs to be stopped. It doesn't. She then goes on to say she's been told to meet trans people, which she has, and that she's had a wonderful trans woman friend who went through a long and rigorous process being older, and that current trans activism is urging to remove robust systems for reassignment. Let's be honest though, when has a racist person been able to say, oh yeah, I know a black person, and then been able to say things that are really racist and gotten away with it? If J.K. Rowling really does see this person as a woman, even though they're a trans woman, then it's really not that difficult for her to be able to extrapolate that to the entire trans community.
Using words like being older and the process now makes it sound like the transitioning process has gotten significantly easier. Here's the truth. Since I started transitioning 9 years ago, the process has gotten even more difficult to transition. The gender clinic that I went to brought in a new step which meant you had to have even more appointments before getting any medical treatment. She says a man that intends to have no surgery and take no hormones may now secure a gender recognition certificate and be a woman in the eyes of the law, and that many people aren't aware of this. This has always been the case. It's never been a requirement. Also, saying a man who intends to have no surgery is incredibly disrespectful to trans women and misgenders them. J.K. Rowling is confusing the process of transitioning and accessing healthcare to the process of getting a gender recognition certificate, or GRC. A GRC allows trans people in the UK to be legally recognised as their gender by having their sex on their birth certificate changed. The process for hormones and transitioning is completely separate.
Trans people can still access all spaces of their gender otherwise. They can change their name and their gender everywhere else on their passport and their driving licence, on their utility bills, without a GRC. Not many trans people actually have a gender recognition certificate. So why is it now being spread that making this process and this access easier will lead to predators apparently getting one and then using it to attack women? They wouldn't even need to pretend to be women. They can just walk into women's toilets and changing rooms. Really, where this argument should be going is not against trans people, but on making all places, like public toilets and changing rooms, completely individual for everyone to be protected. She continues to say that she feels like things have gotten worse for girls, who are dehumanised with Donald Trump and incels and trans activists calling people TERFs.
You know what, J.K. Rowling, we fully support your fight for women's rights. It is so needed. But none of your points involve trans people apart from your TERF one, which is quite out of place. Stop people saying grab them by the pussy. Yes, trans people agree. Stop incels raging against women who won't give them sex. Yes, stop this. Trans people agree. Stop trans activists that declare TERFs need punching. Yes, stop this too. No punching. But if you're trying to say that trans women shouldn't be included in women's rights, including them isn't attacking women's rights, it's supporting them.
She goes on to say that she's read arguments of femaleness not being in the sex body, and she finds that misogynistic and regressive. She says it's clear an objective of denying the importance of sex is to erode the idea that women have their own biological realities. Let us make this very clear as we have before. Trans rights do not conflict with women's rights. If you are fighting the rights of biological realities, like tampon tax, like female genital mutilation, fight it. Trans people support this. Trans people will fight with you. But for women's rights that aren't to do with biology, like abuse, like catcalling, like systematic oppression, you need to include trans women because they experience it too. It's that simple.
Intersectional feminism exists for a reason. Just like there'll be some experiences not shared between cis and trans women, there are experiences not shared between black and white women. These are intersectionalities towards womanhood. And boiling women down to just people who menstruate and have vaginas is very reductionist. It's not saying that women who do experience experience these things will suddenly have less rights. We're just realizing that feminism should include all types of women. Sex is not being eroded. Feminism is just being broadened. And those who feel attacked by that are in turn attacking some of the most vulnerable people within society. Trans people, most notably trans women.
She says here that it's not enough for women to be trans allies, but they must accept and admit that there is no material difference between trans women and themselves. This is false. What it should read is that cis women should be allies to trans women, because both are women, and no trans woman is ever saying that there is no difference between trans women and cis women. Trans people know better than anyone that biological sex differs from gender identity. This difference is literally what explains trans people's existence. So why would they want to admit that there is no difference? This is making trans people sound unreasonable, and this is not true.
J.K. Rowling says that woman is not a costume or a pink brain or a liking for shoes. Trans women will agree with you that being a woman is not a costume or an idea in a man's head. The problem here is that when Rowling says these things, she is calling trans women men. She says that inclusive language, like saying people who menstruate, is dehumanizing and demeaning. And while she acknowledges that this is seen as appropriate for trans people, she says that experiencing degrading slurs makes us hostile towards cis women. The reality is that trans men can menstruate and can have vulvas. Just referring to women in these contexts will be excluding trans men. Cis women are not excluded by the use of inclusive language, because by its very nature, it is inclusive.
Violent men are horrible. It is awful that anyone is subjected to violence, but it is not the fault of trans people that there are violent men in the world. It is not the fault of trans people that women face degrading slurs, and so it's not the responsibility of trans people to bear the brunt of a refusal to use more inclusive language. I've had degrading slurs, I'm a cis woman, but I don't take offence to the term people who menstruate, or people with vulvas. I recognise that this isn't reducing me to my body part. It's just making the term more inclusive for people who need support too. I'm not going to be selfish and make this about me when really it's about accommodating people who are less privileged than me because they weren't born in the body that matched their gender identity like I was.
She then moves on to a fifth and final point of being concerned. J.K. Rowling is a domestic abuse and sexual assault survivor, and she hasn't talked about it because it's understandably traumatic, and she wanted to protect her daughter, who encouraged her to speak up. She says she isn't mentioning this for sympathy, but to stand in solidarity with many women who have stories like hers, and who are called bigots for having concerns on single-sex spaces. J.K. Rowling says that she escaped her violent marriage with difficulty, and that despite being in a good relationship now, the scars do not disappear. She mentions her jumpiness can seem funny, but that she hopes her daughters don't have to experience this with sudden loud noises or finding people behind them.
The experience that J.K. Rowling went through is absolutely horrific. Nobody at all deserves to be treated in such a horrible way. This is an issue that needs to continue to be addressed. However, as many people have come forward and said, this is no reason to throw trans people under the bus. I haven't spoken about this online, and I probably won't ever do this in a very meaningful or detailed way. I too have experienced ongoing physical, emotion, and psychological abuse. This was ongoing, and this was so horrible, and I completely feel J.K. Rowling's pain and vex when she talks about feeling very jumpy in relation to people giving her scares or loud noises. I understand that feeling of panic and fear and adrenaline because I feel it. I feel it every time I see a certain car, or every time I hear someone whistling, or every time I get a text or an email from certain names that might look like certain names, or from no caller ID. I recognise, however, that the pain caused to me and the trauma that I carry with me was from a cisgender man. And I don't hold this against all cisgender men. And I also don't hold this against trans women who experience greater amounts of abuse and greater trauma than cisgender women will ever experience. And that is terrifying. And that makes me feel so disheartened to see someone try and use their experience of trauma to push down trans women who feel your trauma and who stand with you, cis women, with us in the fight to stop our children from feeling this trauma, and who also need protection from the same trauma, often worse trauma.
She goes on to say that if you go in her head and see trans women dying at the hands of violent men, you see solidarity and kinship. She can resonate with this terror based on her own experiences. She says that the majority of trans people not only pose zero threats, but are also vulnerable. and that trans people need and deserve protection as they too are likely to be killed by sexual partners. She wants trans women to be safe, but doesn't want to make natal girls and women less safe. And that opening doors of bathrooms and changing rooms to men who believe or feel they are women means that you open the door to any man who wishes to come inside.
You cannot, in the same post, say that you are concerned about the safety of trans people and recognise that they face high levels of violence, and then also deny access to spaces that are going to help keep them safe. Keeping trans women safe doesn't mean that cis women will be any less safe. If you take one point away today, I hope you truly see this. So misgendering trans women by calling them men who believe or feel they are a woman is rude, and it's redundant because predatory men will not do this anyway. This is causing fear, this is conflating the two groups, and it is not fair on trans women.
J.K. Rowling says that she read that the Scottish Government wants to proceed with controversial gender recognition plans that mean that, I quote, all men need to do to become a woman is to say he is one. This is again misgendering and transphobic. And without going into too much detail, as we've said before, the Gender Recognition Act does not change this at all. The literal Scottish Government and abuse and violence refuges themselves welcome trans women and the inclusion of trans women. And they welcome the reform of the Gender Recognition Act. And they say that predatory men pretending to be women are already stopped through current processes. It's nothing to do with trans women.
J.K. Rowling says this reform triggers her. She then said she linked the disappointment to the ways that government's playing fast and loose with women's safety. I hope you can see that everything that we have shown you today means that it does not affect women's safety. J.K. Rowling goes on to say that it'd be easier to tweet inclusive hashtags and that of course trans lives matter. To give credit, many trans exclusionists don't think this, so that's nice at least. And she uses another cherry-picked quote from Simone de Beauvoir, who essentially says that it's more comfortable to sit blindly than to fight for what you think is right. That many women are justifiably terrified by trans activists, as many have gotten in touch to tell their stories and are worried about losing their jobs and doxing.
I can also say that even though I have a much smaller platform than J.K. Rowling, I have had hundreds, if not thousands of people that have gotten in touch to tell me that they are worried about losing their homes, their families, their safety, their jobs, their lives, because of people not accepting them being transgender. Doxing is never okay. But if a cis woman loses her job because she's being outright rude to a trans person and refuses to acknowledge their identity, this is discrimination and they will face consequences. Just like if someone was racist, they would lose their job. Freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. J.K. Rowling says women are in the majority with these views, and the only women's views that are excluded are those who are privileged enough to have not come up against male violence or sexual assault and who don't educate themselves on it.
I am a cis woman. I have come across countless experiences of male violence, and I know very few women who have not experienced some form of sexual assault. And me and all of my friends are not in line with J.K. Rowling's views. In fact, after asking the public in 2016 and now, both have said that over 70% of women agree with including trans women in their fight for women's rights. Read the document yourself, take a look at the stats. And if you want to see countless stories of individual cis women accommodating trans women, then you should just look through the hashtag not in my name. That is the truth. That there is the majority.
She said that no gender critical woman that she's spoken to hates trans people. This is an outright lie. Most misgender and disrespect trans people and refuse their existence. But I hope you can see that by her trying to make the trans community and allies sound unreasonable, this is a damaging piece.
She finishes off by saying she doesn't want a tiny violin. She's fortunate to be a survivor and only mentions her past because it shapes her opinions. She says all she wants is for similar empathy and understanding for people whose only crime is wanting concerns to be heard without receiving threats or abuse.
Our conclusion from all of this is compassion for someone who has had awful experiences that have created a fear and a want to protect others from going through the same. That is admirable, but the efforts when it comes to fighting trans people are misguided. We don't think J.K. Rowling is a bad person, but we do think that she has accidentally fallen into a gender-critical echo chamber, as is evidenced by her blog post, which is transphobic. It's filled with missing information, it entirely lacks sources, and people are just trusting what she is saying, which is very damaging indeed.
We're not saying that you need to listen to us. We're strongly encouraging you to do your own research. We have cited everything below. We can sit here and talk until we're blue in the face, but if you still, after watching this entire video, don't think that trans women should be seen as women or feel that they are just predatory men, you are relying on arguments that are deeply flawed. You are trusting half-truths and you are giving in to fear-mongering. And that is your choice. Shout about it if you want. It's your freedom of speech. But don't then get annoyed when people call you out for being a bigot or for being trans exclusionary, because that is what you are doing. Thank you for watching. Please also have sensible and kind discussions in the comment section.
As always, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next time. Much love. Bye.
Let's see. Okay. LGBT. Oops. There we go. Do. That might be it. Oh, Christ. The sister. Let's see. Oh God. Okay. Hooray. We got our out. Good source. That one. Done. Go for it. There you go. Ooh. Oh my God. Not to give them any validity. But it has grown. Because more information. More people talking about it. Advertising it. Here's me. 35. 49. You're lesbian. 2.2%. Bisexual. Christ. Still not enough of us. 0.8. Other. That's including a lot. 0.4. Don't know. Or refuse. Still might be a little bit in the closet because of fear. Possibly. My God. So here's the boomers. Oh, boomers. Part of Gen X. All of Gen X. Millennials. Zoomers. No alpha. Let's see. Gay and lesbian. Have grown. My God. Look at that. 6.4% Zoomers. Bisexual. I like. Technically, this is my niece. She's out of ways. So she'd be other. Damn it, damn it. They are Arroways. Sorry, darling. I keep on calling you. She. She's here. There they are. Damn it. She's lovely though. Oh, I'm fine. Honestly. Keep on burping. This one is kind of fizzy. Have to get rid of the carbon dioxide in some way. If it isn't needed. I'm not sure how I feel about the don't know or refuse. Curious. Let's go to YouTube main for a bit. Finally, Cavernacle. I've been telling you to leave it for 4 months now. Just leave it. Thank you. You've cheered me up. Let's see what I haven't listened to in ages. Go. Ooh. Ooh. I have played this live. It is amazing.
Coming down like an Armageddon flame. The shame, the ones who died without a name. Yeah, the tongue's howling out of key to a hymn called Faith and Misery. And bleed, the company lost the war it did. I beg to dream and differ from the hollow rise. This is the dawning of the rest of our lives. On all A sailor's life is very hard, the food is always bad. But now I've joined the Navy, I'm aboard a man of war. And now I found a sailor ain't a sailor anymore. Don't haul on the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you see a sailing ship, it might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another on the shore. A sailor ain't a sailor, ain't a sailor anymore. Well, the Killick of our mess, he says we had it soft. It wasn't like that in his day when we were up aloft. We liked our bunks and sleeping bags, but what's a hammock for? Swinging from the deckhead or lying on the floor. Don't haul on the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you see a sailing ship, it might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another on the shore. A sailor ain't a sailor, ain't a sailor anymore. An engine that first went up and down, then with more technology the engine went around. We know our steam and diesels, but what's a mainyard for? A stoker ain't a stoker with a shovel anymore. Don't haul on the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you see a sailing ship, it might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another on the shore. A sailor ain't a sailor, ain't a sailor anymore. Gave us an Aldous lamp so we could do it right. They gave us a radio, we signal day and night. We know our codes and ciphers, but what's a cipher for? A button tosser doesn't toss a button anymore. Don't haul on the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you see a sailing ship, it might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another on the shore. A sailor ain't a sailor, ain't a sailor anymore. Your bleeding lot, and now we've got an extra one because they stopped the tot. So we'll put on our civvy clothes, find a pub ashore. A sailor's just a sailor, just like he was before. Don't haul on the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you see a sailing ship, it might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another on the shore. A sailor ain't a sailor, ain't a sailor anymore. Don't haul on the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you see a sailing ship, it might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another on the shore. A sailor ain't a sailor, ain't a sailor anymore. A sailor ain't a sailor, ain't a sailor anymore. A sailor ain't a sailor, ain't a sailor anymore.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Aperture Science. We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive. I'm not even angry, I'm being so sincere right now. Even though you broke my heart and killed me and tore me to pieces and threw every piece into a fire. As they burned, it hurt because I was so happy for you. Now these points of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of beta, we're releasing on time. So I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we learned for the people who are still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I'd prefer to stay inside. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe Black Mesa. That was a joke, haha, fat chance. Anyway, this cake is great. It's so delicious and moist. Look at me still talking when there's science to do. When I look up there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run. There is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. I'm doing science and I'm still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. While you're dying, I'll be still alive. And when you're dead, I will be still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
Certain shade of green. Tell me inside, what do you need? All sides around, say move ahead. Someone please explain to me your ever-present lack of speed. I am so bound by roads. All the grudges cloud your day. My sources say the road is clear. Street signs point the way. Stand around till 20, 12, 18. What are you waiting for? Accept, shade up, great. I think I feel great watching you procrastinate. What are you waiting for? Accept, shade up. Well, it's an invitation. Scientists now lose it all. Sedate your hesitation. All blame to make you stall. You've been raised in limitation, but that glove never fits quite right. The time has passed, go ahead and move out. Choose a new evolve, take flight. Gonna stand around till 20, 12, 18. What are you waiting for? Accept, take, shade up, great. I think I feel great watching you procrastinate. That baby, what are you waiting for? You're waiting for what's an invitation? A public declaration, yeah. A public consolation. Oh, remember when you procrastinate, you choose lies. Think I could be great watching you. They're gonna stand around till 20, 12, 18. What are you waiting for? Take shade up, great. I think I do great watching you procrastinate. What are you waiting for? 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 What are you waiting for?
Come on, come on. There we go, there we go.
I have ever played within my life. When we finally get on the point, everyone dies. I understand that every now and then a team won't click. When it comes to you, I don't think I can sympathize. Should've picked mercy, should've picked any kind of support. You ended up losing, and it's all your fault. You should learn how this team works. Should've been helping.
If you like Mercy so much, why don't you just marry her?
So you're the type that gets a mic and tries to lecture me when you're the most useless person we have on our team. I've never seen anybody rage quite as hard as you. Maybe you should go back to playing Team Fortress 2. I'm not gonna be Mercy, I'm not gonna be any kind of support. We ended up losing, and you got mad. The tears are what I look for.
Should've been Mercy,
I'm not gonna be any kind of support.
you ended up losing, and it's all your fault.
Your tears are what I look for.
Tracer.
I'm already Tracer.
What about Widowmaker?
I'm already Widowmaker.
I'll be Bastion.
Nerf Bastion.
You're right, so Winston.
I wanna be Winston.
I guess I'll be Genji.
I'm already Genji.
Then I'll be McCree.
I already chose McCree.
I have an idea.
What's your idea?
You should be.
I'm not gonna be Mercy.
Should've picked Mercy.
I'm not gonna be any kind of support.
You ended up losing, but it's all your fault.
Your tears are what I look for. I'm not gonna be Mercy.
Should've picked any kind of support.
We ended up losing, and you got mad.
You should learn how this game works.
No. Sorry. Keep for a minute, take that one off. Okay, Christina.
Got a tissue that I wish you saw. Sarcastic Mr. Know-It-All. Close your eyes and I'll kiss you, 'cause with the birds I'll share. With the birds I'll share this lonely view. And with the birds I'll share this lonely view. And push me up against the wall. Young tuck girl in a push-up bra. Falling all over myself to lift your heart and taste your hill. 'Cause with the birds I share this lonely view. With the birds I share this lonely view. With the birds I share this lonely view. In a bathroom stall, a southern girl with a scarlet draw. I wave goodbye to Ma and Pa, 'cause with the birds I'll share. With the birds I'll share this lonely view. With the birds I'll share this lonely view. Soft spoken with a broken jaw. Step outside but not to brawl. And autumn sweet with call it fall. I'll make it to the moon if I have to crawl in. With the birds I share this lonely view. With the birds I share this lonely view. With the birds I share this lonely shed. With the shed, it's a lonely view. With the shed, it's a lonely view. With the shed, it's a lonely view.
There's a boat right as his father and his grand are working in a boat, you're building on the river Thames. One day Chip was hard at work, the devil appeared from hell. He had a roll of copper and a bucket full of nails. The devil said unto Chip, take these nails and copper roll, but you also have to take this rod and I will take your soul. Chip despised the rat and the rat squealed and hissed, but the bucket of nails and copper were too much to resist. Set to work, he got rid of the rat, and there wouldn't be a problem with the step to turn it back. But the devil wouldn't die, no matter how hard he tried. The rat attacked the boat right and he beat him in the eye. It seemed as if the river rats fell under Satan's spell. They followed Chip around and made his life a living hell. He slowly lost his mind, he lost his family, he lost his job and had to join the King's Navy. A bit, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master and I'll get you Chip. A lemon goes a bit, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master. I'm going to get you. Chased Chip up the gangplank of the ship, and they bit him and they tortured him until he finally flipped. He stammered to the captain to turn around his rig. The captain spied his madness and they chucked him in the brig. The devil had his man, he knew just what to do. He'd command the rats into the planks they drew. The water rushed in and the ship went down. She was smashed upon the rocks on which the rats danced around. A pip, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master, I will get you Chip. A lemon goes a pip, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master, I will get you Chip. A lemon goes a pip, a yard will build a ship. A Satan is my master, I will get you Chip. A lemon goes a pip, a yard will build a ship.
Riot! Oh, it's 5 o'clock there. Nearly morning. Hi, darling.
Take me down to the riverbed. Take me down to the fighting end. Wash the poison from off my my skin. Show me how to be whole again. Fly me up on a silver wave, past the black where the sirens sing. Warm me up in the nova's glow, and drop me down to the dream below. 'Cause I'm only a crack in this castle of glass. Hardly anything there for you to see, for you to see.
This is after Chester.
Through the secrets that I've seen, wash the sorrow from off my skin, and show me how to be whole again. 'Cause I'm only a crack in this castle of glass. Hardly anything there for you to see. Crack in this castle of glass. Hardly anything else I need to be. 'Cause I'm only a crack in this castle of glass. Hardly anything there for you to see.
When we first came here, we were cold and we were clear, with no colors on our skin. We were light and paper thin. And when we first came here, we were cold and we were clear, with no colors on our skin. Till we let the spectrum in. Say my name, and every color illuminates. We are shining, and we'll never be afraid again. Say my name, and every color illuminates. We are shining, and we'll never be afraid again. Say my
Okay. I've lost my screen capture. Add source. There we go. That's there. Okay. Let's finish. with some Kev. Because he's metal. But we love him. Okay. Let's find Kev. Where are you? My delightful Brum. Oh, you're there. Live. Oh. Okay.
What we do here is go back.
Hello there, everybody. The French far-right piece of shit Jean-Marie Le Pen died. I'm not even going to bother doing the fucking the pretend fucking eulogy bit, because he's a far-right, lol, a far-right piece of shit war criminal fucking wanker. So let's just kick it. Got no eyes. Quite difficult to operate a fucking mouse. It's quite difficult to operate a mouse with the claw on. Hello everyone.
Hi Kev.
Welcome to the stream. How are we all?
Tonight.
I'm a sensible boy.
Not bad. Careful cave.
How are you? Are you well? He's dead. He's dead in that. That's fun. Because he was a Holocaust denier and a war criminal. So I'm glad he's dead. But let's not forget, right? He's got a family who should also be dead. Yes.
Marine Le Pen.
Yes,
Marine Le Pen.
a new fingeree.
Maybe. Can't
wait, mate.
Let's see first. Sure.
Lol, what football match was the Elon sign from? I don't think it was real. Although it will be real at some point. Of that I can assure you.
Are you sure?
Why the nonce term? Because he's a pederast? Because Elon Musk is a pederast. He did know Ghislaine Maxwell very well, so...
Careful, Kev. Careful, Kev.
You know.
Libel.
There's
Libel.
that. Don't forget, everybody, if you want to help my crab-related shenanigans, you can by supporting the stream. Sweaty spaghetti. How are we on? Yes, you can hit the follow button. You can subscribe to the channel. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. What the fuck are you doing, you little cunt? You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can gift memberships to... No, subs. You can sub with Amazon Prime. You can sub. You can sub. Subby. I will dom. You can gift subs to the community. You can do...
Oh, Christina. Kev's delightful. Come on over. Seriously. We've got. Oh. Give me a minute. Need my glasses for this. Remote. Let's see if it says who Laura Kunsberg is getting a softball. Interview two. Should be fun.
All content online as it yields UK Prime Minister online safety measures intentional. 14-year-old Molly Russell died.
Shush. Egg, please. Say hello to the wonderful world of which is class is council telly. Basically people who can't afford Paramount, Disney, Netflix, Peacock, whatever. We're priced out because we are scum. Apparently. Watch the day highlights. That. Oh Christ. Peter Kyle, Secretary of Science, Innovation, and Technology. Mel Stride. Shadow. Fucking. Chancellor. Here's Tory scum. By the shadow epithet. Mel Stride. He used to be secretary for work and pension. Basically UK benefits. Minister or secretary. He hates people like me. I'm not working. I'm economically inactive, and that is wrong. Apparently. There is no if about this one. That is the hill I will die on. Defending my right. Well, I physically can't go back into work. No matter what any of these people say. So fuck 'em. Christ. Doesn't say on the panel. Right. Peter Kyle, and Mel Stride. That will be fun.
Bits messages, 200 bits or more will get you a text-to-speech. You can do super chats via the Streamlabs link below. $2 or more there gets you a text-to-speech. I've got Patreon and PayPal you can support me on. I've got a YouTube, Blue Sky, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Thread.
Give me a minute. I have found My prescription. Shades. These are fun. I designed them myself. They cost me £75. £100? 30 dollars? Maybe 140. I don't know how much you get scalped for your optical provision. It's not too bad here. And for these ones, 75 is a bargain. Oh.
I think that's it. Not sure. Anyway, if you're on YouTube, hello YouTube. You can hit the follow button. No, you can subscribe on YouTube for free. You can also stick a thumb up my arse. I mean, press the thumb button, which helps in the algorithm or something. I don't fucking care.
Oh, for crying out loud. Right. Oh my god. You must have crab danced. There we go.